Greetings from the mystical realm of Paranormal M. Join us on an exploration of the unexplained and the mysterious. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay connected to our latest gripping stories. We hope you're ready for an unforgettable journey. Story number 1. Don't turn around. About a year ago, my father was working on an old rundown house that was located. It was on his work property. His former boss wanted to turn the house into a storage building for his company's roofing supplies. One day, my father was asked by his boss to work on the house by himself. So my dad, to feel less lonely, brought our dog Ruger with him. Ruger was a German shepherd that we received from a dog shelter a few months prior from this event. Anyways, as my father was working on the first floor of the 3-story house, Ruger was pacing back and forth in front of the basement door. My dad, of course, didn't seem to really think that was a problem, until Ruger started to run up and down the stairs to the second floor, then come back to the basement door. He believed Ruger needed to use the restroom, so we took him out, and that was the end of it for a while. A few hours later, Ruger and my father came back from lunch, and Ruger went straight to the basement door and laid in front of it. A few minutes later, Ruger started to throw a barking fit. My father went to the door, opened it, seeing what he was barking at. My father didn't see anything and tried to show Ruger, but the dog wouldn't even step a foot closer to the door. My father then decided to go down into the basement to see what was there. He initially didn't find anything, so he started going back up the stairs. At this point, Ruger was sitting quiet on the top of the stairs looking down on my father. My father was halfway up the stairs when suddenly Ruger went off and started to whimper, bark. My father had the sudden urge to look behind him, and it sort of scared him. There was a black shadow crawling at a fast speed up the stairs towards my father. My father said he never ran so fast in his life getting up the stairs and away from the thing that was after him. He slammed the door behind him and nailed it shut. He has no clue what it was, but my father swore that the thing was determined to get him. A few weeks later, sadly, Ruger died on the highway next to the house that haunts my father. My father watched his best friend die by a car hitting him. He hasn't gone back to the house because he no longer works for the company, but he says he wouldn't step foot into that place ever again. I think I lived in a haunted house. On September of 2017, I, a 25-year-old female, moved into one side of a 110-year-old duplex. The other side was unoccupied. This was with my friend. Let's call him Kyle, and his wife, we'll call her Jane. They settled in a couple of days before I did, allowing them to move furniture in and have a lot of things ready before I got there. The night I moved in, Jane went to bed with the dog, and my friend Kyle and I stayed up catching up on our lives and whatnot, when we heard what sounded like a hard knocking on the ceiling above us. This would have been where Jane was asleep. Boom, 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 boom. Kyle went upstairs to check on Jane, who was still fast asleep with the dog. Weird. We continued chatting and having fun when we again heard noises coming from the upstairs. This time it sounded like footsteps walking from one side of the house to the other. We both brushed it off a little bit and thought maybe a possible haunting was still in the back of our minds, though. I'm not going to bore you with the lesser things I witnessed, like lights flickering, knocks on my door, a shadow breezing horizontally past my door, even though my hallway doesn't allow for that kind of movement. So let's just say a month later, my friend Rachel comes over. We were new friends. We were finding out about one another, and we played music and wanted to jam out in my new house. We were in my basement late at night, just playing music and talking. Rachel was sharing about her faith with me. She's a Christian. I grew up Pentecostal Christian, but not interested anymore. She had just said Jesus' name when we both heard what sounded like maybe a 2-second clip of children's laughter, with some sort of background noise coming from the staircase going upstairs. My heart immediately dropped. For both of our sakes, I rushed upstairs just to make sure my roommate Kyle wasn't fucking with us. And sure enough, he was asleep upstairs. I go back downstairs and Rachel and I continue on like normal, when not too much longer after, we hear yet another sound of laughter, this time sounding like an adult woman, and it was mocking in nature. I run upstairs and sit on the couch, putting my head between my legs because, what the fuck, right? Rachel says a prayer for the both of us and goes home. It's like 3 a.m. at this point. Terrified, I go upstairs to my room and I see Kyle headed toward the bathroom. I told him everything that just happened. He tells me not to worry. Then we both heard the noise of a crinkling grocery bag from downstairs. Then it sounded like something fell over. We are both frozen at the top of the stairs. I assure him Rachel left and I locked both entries of the house. Jane wakes up and comes out of their room and tells us we're both idiots and there's no one here. Sure enough, she goes downstairs and there's no human there. After this night, I grew very paranoid. I always felt I was being watched, especially in the kitchen and in my bedroom. There was no hiding from it. I stayed up late at night unable to sleep. I didn't eat because I couldn't go into my kitchen. I wrote about what I thought, or maybe hallucinations, in my journal. I wrote songs about it, too. Anything to try to get something out of it, or just to get some of it out. I started self-harming again. I started using opiates after 3 years of being opiate-free. Kyle and I did this together. I don't think we could handle the spirits and the emotional turmoil that they were bringing. So another night I'm with Rachel again. This time she and I had just arrived at my house and we were sitting in the staircase petting the dog. She was waiting for Kyle to be done in the restroom so she could use it. We heard a man's laughter coming from Kyle's office. We noped right out of there, went to her place, and I prayed. And I don't pray. I don't really think it works. But I have had experiences at church to make me believe it does sometimes. I always thought it was odd that I never heard the laughter when Rachel wasn't with me, but was so thankful that I didn't question it too much. The third and final occasion, Rachel and I were in the basement with a friend, another Christian, playing music together. I felt safe with Rachel with me, so I would go to the basement only when she was with me. This time, while we were all sitting down there together, we all heard the laughter again, but muffled and sounding like it was directly above us upstairs. It was all so much I ended up taking refuge at another friend's apartment for the remainder of my lease, in hopes to escape what awful spirits were in that house. I haven't lived there in 2 years, but I found this subreddit and I would love to hear any thoughts. Weird stuff happening in my house. So just a small backstory. I've seen shadow people all of my life. As long as I can remember, and even if I couldn't see it, I could sense a presence. It didn't do anything to me that frequently, but still reminded me of its presence often enough. Normal stuff would happen, like an alarm clock randomly playing music while I was home alone. That happened 2 times. Agitated animals and seeing a black figure walking by out of the corner of my eye. When I moved across state from my dad's house to my mom's house, my dad told me about some weird stuff with the TV and his belongings being moved, but nothing would be missing while he was at work. During this transitioning period, I had no problems. A few months after, when problems at my dad's house stopped, while doing dishes, I could see a reflection in the tiled wall behind the sink. It looked like someone was walking by when no one was there. That was the only thing I experienced at my mom's house until not long after my boyfriend moved in with me and my family in October. One night we were trying to sleep, and I hear 3 loud slaps on a chair or a stool. No other noise could have made it, and it seemed like it really wanted us to know that it was there. After a few days, I start to forget about the incident. Same situation. Trying to sleep, and then something, I think it was a lotion or perfume bottle, flew across the room and hit the door. Over the next few months, random small things that can be brushed off like a 2-liter falling over for no reason or hearing footsteps happened periodically. I never told my mom this because she doesn't believe in this kind of stuff, so I was really shocked when she told me what my younger brother and stepdad saw. During the night, my brother got up for whatever reason and saw a man in the house, and followed him into the laundry room, and found that nothing was in there. And then about a week later, my stepdad said something similar. Just a different part of the house. It happened to him, and he's not the kind of person to lie about this stuff. Either because he's pretty skeptical about this stuff like my mom. My brother, well, he's got mental disabilities and wouldn't make something like this up, let's just say. I'm wondering if maybe an entity is following me, because when this was happening at my dad's house, I lived there. Nothing happened at my mom's house, and vice versa. I was watched by a shade. I've only had sleep paralysis once in my life, and it was terrifying. I had woken up from a deep sleep and was completely aware of everything. I could feel the blanket laying on me and the exact position I was laying in. What scared me was the presence I felt hanging over me at the foot of the bed. It was heavy and dark. I was panicking, trying my hardest to move. I kept thinking, I need to move, over and over, and I passed out. I didn't immediately remember what was happening in the morning. The memory came back later that day. I discussed it with some of my work friends, and their opinions ranged from normal to paranormal. I was a little on the fence on which it was, but I was scared to sleep for a while. A few weeks later, I was drifting off to sleep when I felt the presence again. This time, it was beside my bed. I was facing away from it and went stiff, hoping that it would go away. It took me a few minutes to get up the courage to flip around, and when I did, I caught a very clear view of it before it vanished. It was a dark shape, and it almost resembled a human, but wasn't solid enough in shape. Didn't sleep well the rest of the night. I told my best friend about it, and that's when I learned what it was. Shades feed off your energy. They are drawn to negative emotions like stress and anxiety, which mine were very high at the time. She's a witch and brought me a bottle that contained Himalayan sea salt, rose petals, and a few other things. I only saw it once after that, I was trying to sleep but still very awake. I opened my eyes and saw it as clear as the other time before it vanished again. I hadn't felt its presence, and I believe it was my friend's concoction that kept it away. It's been around a year since that happened, so I think I actually got rid of it. Halloween is not easy for sensitives. I am a sensitive. I have seen and experienced the paranormal since I was little. My experiences range from surprising to scary, and they can happen anytime. I don't control it. The one thing I can count on, though, is something almost always happens to me around Halloween. I'm sure most people know that Halloween is the time when the veil between the worlds is the thinnest. It's not just that day. Sometimes as much as 2 weeks before and after Halloween, the veil is thin enough to severely affect sensitives. I have a few sensitive friends, and I know that some can even feel the veil thinning. Responses to the veil range depending on sensitivity. I've experienced lucid dreaming, vivid dreams, and severe anxiety. I do have anxiety, which I have medication for. Last Halloween, I had a panic attack come out of nowhere. I was shaking and could hardly breathe for no reason. I barely made it back to the car. I know that it was because of the veil. I don't usually have those attacks since starting my medicine, and I went back to the same mall a few months later and experienced no anxiety. I don't remember everything that happened on Halloween, so the experiences I do remember are usually among the scariest. I will start with the ones that happened the longest time ago. That Halloween, I had a few things happen to me, as expected. I can't remember them since they didn't really stand out. This experience was more creepy than scary. It was either Halloween night or just after. I couldn't sleep, so I was playing on my phone in the dark. I decided it was time to make myself sleep, so I went to put my phone down. When I did, I saw a dark cat-sized shadow jump at my face. I jerked back, thinking my black cat had jumped from the nightstand to my bed. I never felt her land on the bed. I looked around for her just to realize that she was asleep on the other side of my bed. She would have had to climb over to lay there from that angle. It took me a while to sleep that night. This next one is my sister's experience. It happened either that same year or a little after that. She isn't as sensitive as I am, so her experiences are fewer, but they do stand out more. She was riding home with her boyfriend from the Halloween gathering that they had gone to. It was dark, of course. And then he pulled into the driveway to our house. He said the lights landed on something large, running on all fours. It was humanoid-shaped. He didn't see it. She told me about it. I told her it was fine, and she was inside, and I told her not to go outside again that night. Last Halloween was my most active one. It was a week or so before, and I had my panic attack. I also had several lucid dreams, and one very vivid dream that I still cannot convince myself it was just a dream. I also saw much more than ghosts. I have a job that requires me to go to customers' houses, try to make contact with them. That was what I was doing when two of these incidents occurred. I can't remember if they happened on the same night or not. It was just before Halloween, though. I was on a dimly lit back road in my small town. In my town, most of the back roads are dark, so I was lucky to have some extra light. I rounded a curve and my light lit up something standing on the other side of a fence. It was a gray mass that seemed almost two-dimensional, The best way to describe it would be almost like the reports of Bigfoot, honestly. It was taller than a human, but shaped similarly. It wasn't Bigfoot, though, had no definition to it. I believe it belonged to a different place. I drove faster after seeing it, and I took a different road back. The next thing I saw was very similar to the previous creature, except it flew. I was in my own car. But the way the windshield slants, I only saw it for a moment. It was almost like a pterodactyl, but was gray and had no definition like the other one. I describe it that way for lack of a better way. Obviously, I don't think that we have extinct flying dinosaurs in my small town of Tennessee. These two creatures sound absurd, I know, and even I would have pretty much as hard of a time as probably you believing somebody when they describe them. But my last experience of that Halloween was the most terrifying experience I've had around Halloween in general. I was pulling into my driveway at night after getting off work. It was late, and everyone else would have gone to bed by then. It was the first time I had seen something like it, and hopefully the last. I understand why my sister was freaked out that time. A large humanoid creature on all fours was running through the yard. It was only a few seconds that I had seen it, but it was close, and it was big, maybe twice the size of our chocolate lab. Once we passed each other, I didn't see it again. Needless to say, I made a mad dash into the house and wouldn't let the dogs out to use the bathroom. Car repeatedly shaken in the mountains. Let me preface this, that while until now I believe that there are energies that we don't yet understand, I wasn't ready to believe in spirits. Until now. Last weekend I decided to drive up to this nice area in northern Catalonia that I visited previously. I did some hiking to avoid paying for a campground. I decided to drive up the mountain about 15 minutes up from the nearest town to a calm pasture on top of the mountain, which I visited before. It was only 9 p.m. I was clear-minded and still quite awake, but I tilt my driver's seat back and close my eyes. Within about a minute, something big hits the rocks next to my car, coming from the rear right side opposite of me. I think, okay, I just imagined that. Closed my eyes again. About a minute later, the same exact thing. Boom! The car rocks from the side and I'm freaked. I don't know, there's a lot of big cows up there, so I thought it must be a cow. Could be a person, but the force was large, and despite that, it's quite a remote place in the pre-Pyrenees where nobody goes at night. So I get out to investigate, flashlight in hand. I walk all around the car, shining the light into the distance. Nothing. This was in a pasture where I could see for about 100-150 meters in every direction. See the video link below. So no way something could have hit the car and then run and hid. I get back to the car to think what to do. Within about 5 seconds, another hit and the car rocks. That's 3 times now. Having known there was no one or anything around, I knew the only option was that it was a spirit. I get out, and after looking around the car again, I speak out loud, saying, "Look, I just want to sleep here for the night. Then I'll be gone. Please, just let me sleep here." I get back in the car, and within 5 to 10 seconds, again a 4th big hit, and the car rocks side to side. I knew that it was time to leave. So I back the car up, turn around, start taking off back down the mountain. I immediately felt the thing was in the car with me, making sure that I left. I even turned my head around to look in the back, absolutely sure I would see something. I rolled down the windows and yelled, "Please just go, let me be, I'm leaving, all right?" After about 3 minutes of driving, I felt like it had left. I get down the mountains to the town, park the car, and call a close friend. We spoke for an hour and a half until she could calm me down. She had chills going down her spine as she knows me well and knows that what I explained was real. My life changed that night. This story is simply titled Story. I was actually just thinking about it the other day, going over the details in my mind. I live in a studio apartment and literally nowhere to hide, and everything's in view. Bathroom is a small separate room inside with a door. My father was visiting. Sometimes he smoked cigarettes on the porch or in the bathroom. He had just walked in from smoking a cigarette on the porch, sat down for a few minutes. Then he got up and walked into the bathroom. Paused the TV and wanted to show him something. Waited about 5 minutes, then figured he was probably just smoking again, and I walked over to the door, opened it, just a little, to tell him to hurry up if he was just smoking. He wasn't there. There was no smoke. I opened the door and he was nowhere in sight, not behind the door, and the window's too small to fit through. I recently had read a story of a woman disappearing on a trail or something. I thought of that or time slips and was just like, there's no way he just vanished. That took about 5 seconds. Then it took a second to rush to my front door to see if maybe I missed him walk out to the porch somehow, and I yelled, "Dad!" No answer. At that point, got an adrenaline and anxiety type of a feeling and almost started to panic. I was like, where could he possibly be? I rushed over to the bathroom a second later to check for clues, and when I opened the door, a big cloud of smoke came out. There he was, sitting on the toilet smoking. I was like, where were you? He swore he never moved. He was on his phone while smoking on the toilet. The smoke was weird because there wasn't smoke in there when I checked like 10 seconds prior. Something to note, if I didn't mention it in my post, is that I have total aphantasia. I have no visual imagination. So it is possible for me to hallucinate or just have imagined it. Or rather, isn't. I don't think about it often, but every now and then I think about that and it just boggles my mind. Is it the only paranormal thing that I've ever experienced, I wonder? What the hell did I see at work? For background, I work in a nursing home with hospice patients, so I'm surrounded by death all the time. And I've definitely seen my fair share of weird paranormal things in the home. But this one is really freaking me out. Once a week I work overnight shifts. It's a pretty boring shift, just doing checks. Checks on specific patients. Usually every hour, meds and changing as needed. Last night, my coworker and I were doing our rounds and checking on patients while they sleep. We got to one lady's room and I went into just, to check on her. I saw her silhouette in bed and we could see her breathing, which is basically all we're checking for. So we went on with our shift. An hour passes and we go to check on her again, but she isn't anywhere in the room. We start freaking out because we have no idea where she is and none of the doors have been triggered. So she had to be in the building. After about a half hour of freaking out, we find out the lady wasn't even there in the first place. They had forgotten to tell us that she had been taken to the hospital the day before. She had not been in the building for quite a while. So that was a relief to us, but then what the hell did I see breathing and laying in her bed? My coworker also saw this, so I know it's not just me. She's been in that room for the entirety of me working there. I don't know if anybody passed away in that room before her. Like I said before, I definitely see her and hear a lot of shit working in hospice. But this gives me chills because I swear on my life I saw her breathing in that bed. Crazy stuff. I saw a creature in a huge black forest in France. I want to share with you an encounter I made in September 2012 in a French wood by the neighborhood, oh boy, I'm not good at French, Baug''E. I'm going for it. In the neighborhood of Baug'Eneanjou. Forgive me. In the French wood in the neighborhood of Baug'Eneanjou. Sounds Asian. I'm doing this wrong. Oh no, there's more French in this. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm reading it anyway. I'm not sure the name of the forest. It could be Le Bois d'Anjou or La Forêt de Monial de Chandales. Now it sounds Mexican or Spanish. Oh no. Anyway, I'm still haunted by this creepy encounter. I just can't accept being unable to know what was that scary creature. So I was 20, and I was in an old small truck with an older friend who was 55. They were the driver. I was sitting on the passenger place at the right of the truck. The truck was very old, and I remember we couldn't go faster than 30 or 40 kilometers an hour. We were driving since Le Havre in Normandy, and we took only the very small road in order to stop anywhere that we wanted to visit the old church, or the abandoned house, the German fortification, etc. We were expecting to arrive at our destination, a troglodyte house that belonged to a friend of mine, around 3 a.m. in the morning. But we were late, and it was 3 a.m. when we enter a huge dark forest in the night. We were driving slowly in the woods on a straight, small road. The old lights of the truck were some kind of blinking yellow. At a point, I saw some very black humanoid outline on the left side of the road. It was a very clear outline because it was in the light of our truck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even seen it. The creature was on 2 legs like a biped, no tails. At first I could see, well, I really couldn't see any arms as we were slowly approaching it. But then I saw it turning its head in our direction. We were silent in the truck, saying no words. My friend was just driving and I was wondering if I was hallucinating. We slowly drive in its direction, and it started to cross the road as it was staring at us. It has pretty huge, big yellow eyes, like an owl. It was around 1.5 meters in height. We almost were at its level, and I remember fearing that it opened my truck door and would grab me. I was really in fear. I saw its arms swinging along its thin, black, hairy body. It has hair on all of its body. I saw it at its outline as we were approaching it. It arrived on the other side of the road and suddenly stops and turns in our direction, still staring at us. A few seconds later, we passed it, and I didn't move my head, just looking at the right rearview mirror, seeing that it was staring at our truck, letting us drive away from it. My friend and I didn't say a word, and half an hour later we drive out of the dark woods and I say something like, "Well, weird things in the woods, right?" And my friend was suddenly extremely nervous, saying, "Yeah, did you see that? What the fuck was that?" We talked about it, and we saw the same thing, me and him. He thought he was hallucinating because we were very tired, but nope, we saw that thing in the wood. Today he's 60, I'm in my 30s. We both still are haunted by this thing. We talk about it every time we meet each other. He's particularly marked by the intelligence in its big yellow eyes. I know this could be explained, but to be honest, I'm an urbexer since 2004, and I visit the catacombs of Paris every 2 months. But I never feared anything. But this thing scares me. Really. But anyway, one day I found a picture on the internet. Sadly, I didn't find the artist. There was no context, but it looks like a lot like what I saw, except for the eyes. The creature I saw had very big, round, yellow eyes. I'm so sorry, author. I'm the opposite of being able to speak French. I saw a shadow jumping from a haunted cliff. In summer of 2007 or 2008, don't quite well remember, I went with my best friend on the top of a cliff where this old German pillbox from 1942 was found. We went there because we wanted to visit this pillbox. We were both very keen on finding old German bullets. The pillbow was fun, but the place was well known and there were nothing historical for us to find. We visited the place enjoying the view, and I noticed an old forgotten trench nearby the pillbox. It was full of farming trash and bramble bushes. At this time I was thrilled because it seemed that nobody had come in that trench since, perhaps maybe the 50s. So my best friend and I decided to explore this trench full of thorn. We made our way inside, crawling in the bush. No. We found cool historical stuff between the farmer's trash. Things like bullets, buttons from uniforms, even a regular comb and toothbrush that belonged to a German soldier. We were very thrilled and we kept on crawling in that trench. A few hours later, I was under a huge and dense bush in the trench and there was a hole in the ground. I tried to fall inside that hole and managed to get in a small bunker. This place was awesome. World War II painting on the wall, dust, dirt, stuff everywhere. My friend came and we decided to come back in the night because we didn't have our light with us. My friend was about to be engaged with a girl that he wanted her to come and search relics with us. So we went to our town half an hour from there, picked up our friend and our tools and lights. We came back at the cliff, climbed the first German pillbox. As soon as we were at the top of the cliff, it was nighttime. We enjoyed the evening searching for more old relics from the war. My friend told me that we needed a shovel to take away the dirt. He said that he will go to the nearby farm looking for some kind of tool to quote-unquote borrow. He went outside and a few moments later I asked our friend if she wanted to go outside the bunker. We went out and I started to light a pipe to smoke. Yeah, my friend and I smoked the pipe. French stuff. Later, she needed some privacy, so I went to the edge of the cliff to smoke, looking at the reeds in the little valley where we come from. The moon was bright and there was a lot of wind. I saw someone in the valley wandering alone. Thought it was my best friend, but that was pretty much nonsense as the local farm was on the other side. Moreover, I was worried, because even if the moon was bright, it was night, and we were near by a 60-meter cliff. He hadn't lit his headlight. I looked in his direction, smoking my pipe nervously, and I saw him slowly walking the direction of the cliff. I started to ask myself if I was hallucinating. I just stared his direction, not being really sure if what I saw was real. A few seconds later, the shadow falls from the cliff. I was fixed. And at this second, my best friend came from behind me showing an old road sign that we could use as a shovel. I understood that he was not the shadow that I saw. I thought that when I had seen the dry reeds in the wind waving toward the edge of the cliff, maybe, but we went back to the bunker, searching the dust and rust on the ground, shoveling the dirt outside of it. Around 2 a.m., we went outside to smoke and rest. I lay down in the grass near the cliff's edge. I was in the front, my best friend laying just a little bit behind me, and our friend was behind him. My best friend couldn't see her. We were quiet and had a relaxing time. My best friend suddenly sat on the grass and called his girlfriend. "Hey, do not go this way. Come on, stop right here. There's the void over there." I turned in his direction and I saw them both, and I looked at him like, "What the fuck, bro?" He said, "Come on, Clesius. They just fell from the cliff." Then the girl replied from behind him, "No, I'm right here behind you." He understood that what he saw was not real. During 15 minutes, we sat in the dark. The wind was blowing. Then I said that I was tired and that I would kind of enjoy to go back home. Our friend was tired too, so we went back in the car in the valley and we were silent. When my friend started his car and started to drive, I felt him released, and he said, "Clesius, you know me, I fear nothing, but up there, no, I won't go back here, it's too creepy." I said what I saw, that it was a very strange atmosphere up there. Promised myself I would never go back there. The story could end now, but in 2016, I made a movie about that cliff. My best friend passed away in 2012, and I thought it could be a good tribute to his memory. So I went with a friend of mine up there to make some rush. It was about noon when we decided to go back to our car in the valley. Our car was parked nearby a Pebble Beach. Pebble, maybe? We were about to leave when I met some fine guy who was a local historian. I asked him if it would be okay to be interviewed for my movie, and he said okay. As I was asking him about the local history during the interview, he told us about a World War II British operation at this right place. And he mentioned a British soldier who during a raid tried to go to a landing ship on the beach. He had some German troopers behind him, and to win some time, he ran nearby the cliff. As the German were closer and closer, he thought he could reach the beach by jumping from the cliff, but it was night and snowy. He made a mistake, probably thinking that the cliff was shorter, and the British soldier jumped from the cliff. He was later found in the morning, broke dead in the rocks. I made the link with that creepy night that I had made with my best friend. It was the same place. This is a trailer of the movie The Pillbox, and the cliff are at point 15. The operation name is Biting. Many moons ago, I used to be in the U.S. Navy, stationed in Gaeta, Italy, assigned to the 6th Fleet flagship. Being a single sailor, I lived off the ship with a few other roommates in a large 2-bedroom apartment. I had a room to myself, 2 guys shared a room, both straight, and 1 guy, a total freeloader named Justin, slept on the couch. We had 1 other roommate, a poltergeist that we would call Calvin. Calvin roamed all of the apartments in the building, and everybody had seen or experienced something odd. It wasn't uncommon to hear dishes rattling in the kitchen, a door slamming, footsteps, etc., but a few things happened that were out of the ordinary. One weekend morning, I was sleeping after getting off of duty. I had a mid-watch the night before, when the dishes in the kitchen started to rattle. All of my other roommates were out. I ignored it and tried to go back to sleep because I didn't want to go back to the ship. If I was on the ship, then someone would have come up with something that they wanted me to do. It was just normal activity in that apartment. But just as I was falling back to sleep, someone walked across my bed. I say someone because I could feel the mattress sink down with every step. Half asleep, I told Calvin that I was tired, asked him if he'd come give me a break. Dead silence for the rest of the day. There were Brits who worked in Gaeta, some of the local bars where the sailors hung out. One of them would come over to our place and clean it for us while we were gone. One day she was cleaning the windows and needed to get some clean water. When she came back to the window, a spot that she had recently cleaned, the glass was steamed over, like somebody had been breathing on it. Written on the glass in that spot was the word Calvin. She left and wouldn't come back to the apartment unless somebody else was there. Edit. I remember coming back from that deployment to find a water bucket and some rags near the window and thought it was odd. It was several days later when I talked to my friend and found out why they were there. She didn't waste any time getting out of that apartment. While Justin, the couch potato, would frequently wake everyone up by screaming profanities because Calvin was messing with him, one night after having the blankets pulled off of him and getting thrown onto the floor, Justin stood up and yelled something like, "You want a piece of me, motherfucker? Bring it." He had a peace symbol tattooed on his chest, and the next morning there was an X scratched across it. It was several months before Justin came back to the apartment, and he wouldn't stay by himself. That was the only quote-unquote violent thing that Calvin ever did. For the most part, it was just harmless pranks. Bill, one of my roommates, me and him were sitting in the living room. I forget what we were talking about. He was sitting on a couch that was parallel to the hallway, but because he was looking at me, the main door to the apartment at the end of the hall was in his peripheral vision. I was sitting in a chair with my back to the same hallway. Occasionally, Bill would look down the hall almost like he had a nervous tic. I asked him what was wrong. He said he kept seeing something out of the corner of his eye, but every time he turned to look, it was gone. I told him that the next time that he saw something to keep looking at me and just use his peripheral vision. A few minutes later, Bill turned pale. I could see him break out in a sweat even though I was several feet from him. He said that there was a woman with long hair at the end of the hall, in a long flowing gown or some sort of old dress, and that there was a light behind her so we couldn't make out her face. Fast forward to last year when I was talking to my wife, who's from Gaeta, about Calvin. She got an odd look on her face, called her mom to verify something that she remembered from her childhood. When she got off the phone, she told me about this medicine woman, I guess you could call her, that her mom used to take her to see when she was a child. This woman had the ability to cure someone just by touching you where you were hurt. Oddly enough, she lived in the bottom floor of the apartment building where Calvin called home. Haunted Doll's Ghost. This happened probably half a year ago, but I didn't have this account back then, or just didn't think to post it here. But I think it's worth sharing anyways. So, I am a 19-year-old male. I've been living in a small apartment for a while now alone. I collect second-hand porcelain and clown dolls. There's only one of them that's been showing me peculiar acts. She is a porcelain doll, my only non-clown doll. I bought her since she looked almost sad. I don't know how to explain that. I take a lot of good care of my dolls. I clean them and keep them in a showcase. The first weird thing that happened was that she had moved. She usually is facing forward, but she had turned towards my apartment's door, which was on her right. Another weird thing that she has done is that her eyes have been following me. I thought at first that I probably didn't see correctly and also that myself had moved the doll without realizing it. But I think my mind changed after the ghost encounter. I was drawing and watching videos on my laptop. That's when I noticed something weird on my left near my bed in the showcase. There's a curtain that separates my bed and the showcase and the bookcases that doesn't hide my bedroom all the way. I live in a one-bedroom apartment, so my bedroom and living room is the same room. Curtain brings some privacy. So anyway, I turned my head to look as I convinced myself that there wasn't anything creepy happening. Instead, I saw a small, probably around 6 or 8-year-old girl. She had long, wavy, dark blonde, almost white hair and a long, dark dress that looked old. I didn't see clearly since I was so surprised and kind of scared, to be honest. But the ghost was vivid. I could see half of her dress since it was only peeking, but I could see her feet and head from behind the curtain. I remember she had a scared and unsure look on her face, but when I tried to look again, she was already gone. I wasn't that scared after it, just cautious and shocked that I saw what I saw. I've been taking good care of the doll, which I know was the ghost's doll. I sense a connection between them, and none of my other dolls have shown any paranormality. I haven't seen her since. I hope she's okay, either roaming around here or resting finally, I don't know. Ask Reddit. One of the popular means of transportation in my city is the subway, but the stations are quite old, so many of them don't have escalators or elevators. Because of this, it happens unusually often that I get to help old people with their groceries or parents with their strollers climb up and down the stairs. One of these times I was helping a lady carry her stroller down to the train platform. There was this clerk cleaning the platform with one of those big sweeper things that you push around. The slow, heavy things, you know. He was short and about 60 years old with hair missing from the top of his head and big glasses on. After I helped the lady, I leaned against the wall and started scrolling through my phone. The man reaches my position on the platform, and from where he was, he says, "Thank you for helping the woman." I raised my head from my phone. We both smile. Then he says, "Eres un angel." You're an angel. And I smile, not really knowing what to say. Kind of embarrassed, I look back at my phone and immediately get the idea to go thank him and tell him that he said, made me feel very good. However, he's nowhere to be found, nor the machine that he was operating. The doors where the subway clerks store their equipment are at the end of the platform. We were nowhere close to them, or in the middle, so I have no idea where he could have gone. There's no way more than 3 to 4 seconds passed between our exchange and me looking back up. I haven't told anyone this story because it's kind of self-centered and hard to believe. People can dismiss it and say that I was just not paying attention, but there was legitimately nowhere for him to have gone within a second like that, and without a sound. The Little Girl Who Didn't Exist. Earlier today, I went to brunch at a friend's house. After I'd been there for about an hour, a young couple I'd never met arrived. I was standing in the kitchen with a direct and clear view of the front door. If I were to walk straight from where I was standing, I'd walk right out in the front door. I was only about 10 feet away from them. When they walked in, I saw a man, a pregnant woman, and a small girl child who looked to be about 2 to 3 years old. The little girl looked shy, and she was holding a stuffed animal in her hand. The two adults came into the kitchen where I was standing, and we introduced ourselves. The wife and I share the same first name. Not sure if this matters at all, but thought I'd share since her name is not one that's super common, but also not super rare either. They were lovely people. We had a great conversation. After introductions, we all grabbed seats in the open dining room/living room. I didn't see the little girl anywhere, but I assumed she was off playing with one of the cats in the house. The wife mentioned that she was 36 weeks pregnant, expecting their first child to be here any day now. At that time, I whispered to my boyfriend who was sitting next to me, asking where the little girl went. He was confused as fuck. I then discreetly mentioned to my friend that I thought I saw them come in with a little girl. He was also confused as fuck and said that there was no little girl there and he had no idea what I was talking about. I do not do drugs, not even smoke pot. I am prescribed Adderall for narcolepsy, but I take it as prescribed. I've never experienced seeing or hearing anything like this before. At least not to my knowledge, I guess. I had a mimosa with brunch, but was far from being drunk, not even slightly. I do consider myself extremely spiritual, though. Another story titled simply Story. So the part about seeing the man in my house was really skimmed over. That was a pretty mental story. I'm not sure if this meets the type of thing you talk about on your podcast or if my original post is more relevant. But here's my ghost story anyway. I'm from the UK, so this place in my parents' house is just outside of London. When I was 7, we moved into this house that was pretty old and pretty big. I always slept in the room next to my parents, but when I got to 13, I was allowed to move into a room on the other side of the house. My mom decorated it all beautifully for me and had put an armchair in the corner. One night not long after moving into the room, I woke up to see a man sitting on the chair in my bedroom. He was sitting there smiling at me. He had no hair and looked a bit like a skeleton to me. I screamed and ran across the house to my mom's room to tell her that there was a man in my bedroom. We were both really scared to go in there because of this intruder, so we tried to convince the dogs to go in. We knew if somebody was in there, they would bark, which would then confirm it. The dogs totally refused to go into the room. After some time, me and my mom decided to go in there armed with a golf club. When we got in, my notice board was on the floor and so was my lamp. No one was in there at all. There were no open windows or signs of entry or exit. Anyway, a few years later, we had my mom's friend move in with us. She was into ghosts and spirits and took me to this medium event. I never told her about the man in my room. At the event, I was paired up with a medium who said to me, "There's a man in here to see you. You don't know him, but he says he's so sorry for having scared you." This freaked me out so much that I told my mom, who then came clean to me, that the house was for sale because the previous owner had died of cancer. Not only he had died of cancer, but he had died in none other than my bedroom. Rural Tennessee farmhouse. A haunting incident from my childhood. I often forget about this experience, as I only have vague memories of my childhood. But when I do remember, it still scrambles my brain and gives me the chills. I've only told a few people, and have a really hard time believing it myself. Until recently that I've been reading accounts here and talking to people about their experiences. I'm convinced that I'm not misremembering and that this did in fact happen and is still unexplainable. Here goes. When I was 7 or 8, I had a best friend. We spent all of our free time playing together at her home, a big old farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. There was a small room upstairs that held all of our, animal toys, you could say. We would spend hours and hours battling against each other with our armies and creating stories that would be played out for weeks on end. This room was mostly just storage for boxes and spare furniture. There was a small wooden chair in the corner of the room that had been there for years. As long as we had played in that room, that chair was there in that corner. One day, I was playing with them in the room. They were sitting in the front wooden chair with her back to it, and I was sitting in front of her where I could see the chair over her shoulder. We both immersed in our game. When I looked up, I see a little boy. A little boy with large, thick, square glasses and dressed in a very dapper vintage outfit. He was just sitting in the chair looking at us. For some reason, I wasn't scared at all. I simply asked her, "Who's that boy in the chair behind you?" She, of course, thought I was trying to prank her, told me to stop. I asked her again, "Who is that?" They finally turn around and see the little boy. She immediately panics and jumps up, causing me to panic as well. We both bolted out of the room and went downstairs. We were so young that we couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. We just accepted it and moved on. However, we never went back in that room. From then on, we couldn't even walk by the room without an immense feeling of dread. Neither of us would go inside. We never played with our Schleich animals again because we were too scared to retrieve them from the room. Nobody believed us when we told the adults about the little boy. I think this caused her and I to grow up believing that our minds created this experience due to an overactive imagination. We had to convince ourselves that it was just a trick of the mind in order to sleep at night. I've never experienced anything else that was this corporeal. Her and I both still vividly remember the image of the boy in the chair. I remember his glasses, his blonde hair, his outfit, and even the color of the wall behind him. I know we both saw the same thing, and I know that it was real. I have no explanation except that this little ghost boy probably just wanted to play with us. Unsettling Night. My mom's mimicked voice. I wanted to share this spine-tingling experience that happened to me during my sophomore year of high school. It was around fall, and my then boyfriend and I were watching Ender's Game at my place. We were home alone because my mom was at the hospital, visiting my aunt on her way back from work. As we watched the movie, the sun had already set, and I suddenly heard what I thought was my mom opening the front door. Her footsteps, the dog's excitement, and her presumed trip to the garage for a smoke seemed like a typical evening routine. My boyfriend even noticed and said, "Your mom's home." To which I casually replied, "I know." Thought nothing more of it. However, time passed and she never came inside, so I decided to check on the garage. But the door was locked, which felt strange. I unlocked it, peered inside, only to find it shrouded in darkness. My unease growing, I proceeded to her room, but it was eerily empty. That's when I went outside and realized her car was gone from the driveway as well, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Puzzled and worried, I called my mom asking if she had come home and left again. Her response still haunts me to this day. "No, I'm just leaving the hospital now. Why? What's going on?" I shared what had happened with my boyfriend, and we were left bewildered. To this day, I can't explain exactly what occurred, but I know for sure that it wasn't my mom who entered the home that night. It's a chilling mystery that lingers in my memory. My story, a skeptic turned semi-believer. Backstory. My friend, for the sake of the story, I'm going to call him Fred, and his mother. I lived in their house for many years prior to me meeting him. I met him in 6th grade, and we're 35 now. He's still my best friend to this day. Both him and his mother swore up and down that his house was haunted. All through high school, we'd hang out at his house, and I never had an experience. He ended up going to college in Louisiana, but would visit on holidays. This experience happened in December of 2006. He was coming home from college for winter break. He brought a friend from college with him too, and we'll call him John. Experience. We decided to try to coax a reaction from this ghost, since nobody but him and his mom had been seeing anything. We were 18 and foolish, so we had a Ouija board. I know, but it was fun. And candles. We were sitting in his room after midnight, I'm sure, because his mom was already asleep. We were burning a candle in a thick glassed coaster designed for candles. We were playing with the Ouija board and the flame flickered a bit. But whatever, it was just a draft. Then the coaster popped clean in half, no shards, just... My first thought is that this was just heat transfer and the coaster couldn't handle it. At least that's what I tell myself. The candle was not low, so 1, I don't see how it could have transferred that much heat, and 2, those are specifically designed for candles. I didn't have to imagine that the amount of heat it would take to cause this to happen would be far greater than that of anything a candle could emit. Sure, it was December, but we live in Texas, so it wasn't that cold. It definitely wasn't cold enough to cause such shock on the glass. Even with those 2 considerations, I'm still able to dismiss this as physics. However unfavorable the conditions for such a reaction were. Here's the part that sends chills down my body 17 years later. I had my laptop, 2006 HP, and I was searching how to perform a seance. When I got to the website and clicked the link for instructions, my laptop shut down immediately. The page didn't even load. I rebooted my laptop and noticed that the Wi-Fi button had been turned off. I pressed it and it lit up, but I still couldn't connect to the Wi-Fi. I had to go into the control panel, re-enable the Wi-Fi radio. It had been completely shut off. I was finally able to get connected again, so I reloaded the website and attempted to click the link. As soon as I clicked the link, the lights in his room dimmed as we heard footsteps run down the hall. He freaked the fuck out, and I'm still covered in goosebumps just typing this. John, who wasn't a big believer, immediately opened the door and went out into the dark living room, telling the ghost to show itself. We followed sheepishly and noticed that his mom was still in her room sleeping. There's no way she could have dimmed the lights, but even if she couldn't have ran and made it back to her room and acted asleep that quickly. Not to mention her room was out and to the right, but the footsteps clearly traveled down the left side of the hallway. I had experiences in that home afterward, but none nearly as terrifying as this one. Just mainly feelings and sounds. His mother moved a few years later, hasn't had any experiences since. I know this all sounds crazy, and objectively, I wouldn't believe it if I read it. All I can say is that the feelings I had that night were very real, and continue to spook me when I think of it today. His mother is basically my second mother. I trust her 10,000%, and told me other stories of experiences, but since I wasn't there, I don't want to share them, because I can't verify it. I do know that she would sleep with a knife under her pillow. Not that it would really help against a ghost, but probably provided some comfort. It makes her sound nutso, but... And if I know this is kind of rich coming from a random person on the internet, she's not by any means nutty. Like I said, I love her as a second mom, and trust her just as much. That's the end of tonight's stories. Always a pleasure. See you later. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the unknown. Brace yourself for a series of spine-tingling tales that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on any of the thrills. My experiences at a 55 and older community. I'm a night patrol officer at a 55 and older gated community. It's not unusual for emergency personnel to be at a condo at any hour of the day or night. Many of the residents are over 70 plus years old, and it's unfortunately common that a resident passes away. I've seen many things in my 5+ years of this, and I really can't explain them as being normal. Number 1. Shadow Man. While on patrol one night, I turn onto a side street and I see what looked like someone running from the window of a townhouse. They take like 5 or 8 steps, and then just disappeared. My headlights as I was turning followed the figure, so I was able to see it well. I stop and, still looking in the area that the figure was at, I grab my spotlight and light up the area. I see nothing. No footprints, no noise, nothing at all. The figure would have to run through a puddle of water from sprinklers to get away. From there was no splashed water or wet footprints. The figure I saw was a shadow. It looked to me like its feet and hands ended in points. It ran maybe 5 or 8 steps, turning its head, and looked at me, and then just disappeared into thin air. There was no noise, no wind, nothing flapping by the building. 2. Touched. A couple of years ago, I had an accident at work. I was out for a month. When I came back to work, I was still in pain and used a cane to walk with. It hurt to walk, and I would just take my time when I had to lock or unlock buildings. What would normally take me about 10 minutes to do now took me 20 or so. I remember I was hurting bad one night. I got to the multi-function room. They just had dinner that day, so some of the tables and chairs were still put out. My foot was hurting bad, and I decided to sit for a little bit and prop it up. I sat for a little while in the semi-dark. I was thinking to myself that when I got home, I was going to soak my foot, try to relax a bit, when all of a sudden, I felt a comforting hand on my shoulder. I didn't get scared at all when it happened. It was like someone gently squeezing your shoulder as if saying, "Hey, it's gonna be okay." When it happened, I said out loud, "Okay, I'll get back to work." I got up and finished the lockup. What happened later that night was the pain in my foot subsided a lot. Even the swelling went down. I was able to unlock my building and not have to use my cane. 3. Phantom dog walkers. Quite often, I'll see people walking their dogs. This isn't unusual at all. The community has many designated dog walk areas for the residents to use. Now, the dog walk area is next to a fence, and they have to cross the road to get back to the condos. But what I see a lot is someone walking a dog and they're just past the edge of my headlight illumination. I can see them. I know that they're there, but I can't see much detail. But when I get closer to where they are, they're gone. I see this quite often. Lights got brighter all over my post for a night. I'm a security guard at a 55 and older gated community. Same author as the last story. I've been at this post for over 6 years and doing the area patrol for 5. I'm very familiar with the grounds and the streetlights around the community. I've been complaining to the community for a while now that the bulbs used to not illuminate the streets well. I have almost hit residents walking because I can't see them. But they always give some line involving budget. The bulbs give off this dingy yellow light that only illuminates a small area around the pole. So just this past Friday, I get on duty and I begin my patrol. Immediately it feels off and different. I know something's out of place, but I can't figure it out. I keep driving and the feeling won't go away. It's when I get to this area that has always been the bad spot for seeing because it's always been so damn dark. It's right here that I realize what's been off. It's bright. I can see clearly everything's lit up. I continue to drive around and it's brighter all over. Places that I couldn't see well, I can now see great. Every street, every group area is brighter. Every street light, every building light, every cart barn light, all brighter. Before you all say, well, they just changed the bulbs. I waited until today to post this. Got to work today and began my patrol, and everything was back to being dark again. The places that were lit up are now back to the dim, hard-to-see illumination. Also, we're talking changing thousands of bulbs, including bulbs on streetlights that belong to the power company. The only thing I can say that was different between all the other days and Friday is that Friday the temperatures got in the low 50s here. I see and experience many things here in the community, but I just thought this one was strange because it was so odd. Our cat keeps making itself known. Roughly 10 years ago, my mom and dad adopted 2 cats from a local shelter, Doc and Zipper. They looked like brothers as both were black with white chests. About 6 months after adoption, Zipper started to get ill. And after quite a few vet visits, they figured out Zipper has a genetic disorder that's fatal, and no cure is known for it. So Mom and Dad decided to save Zipper pain and put him down. The vet gave us a picture of Zipper with a paw print and a little tuft of his fur as a way to remember him. Mom and Dad were upset that they had to do it, but I reminded them that at least he died in a family that loved him and not in a cage somewhere. Over the past 10 years, we see Zipper out of the corner of our eye. He's in the hall or a bedroom or walking out of a room. It's been off and on seeing him until this past year. Seems like we're seeing him more often. Like just about an hour ago, we were walking in the front door of the house, and I swear I saw Zipper on the top of our chest freezer that we have in the hall. But when I moved my eyes to him, nothing was there. I enjoy the visitations, and sometimes we'll even talk to him. Our house has spirits in it. My dad and mom have seen the same things I have. None of the spirits are harmful, they just seem like they want to let you know that they're still here, by noises or little visuals. I had something thrown at me when I was sleeping. I got woke up the other night by an object being thrown at me. The object was a blow-up pillow that you put underneath your legs to elevate them, shaped like a sort of squished diamond. It was on top of my dresser, and my dresser's like 3 feet away from my bed. It's been sitting up there, inflated for well over 2 years. If it was going to fall, it would have fallen a long time ago. When it hit me and woke me up, I sat up and saw what it was and said, "Okay, cut the shit. I need to sleep. I work, you don't. I pay the damn bills. You live here rent-free. Stop this shit now." Went back to sleep. Now, I will say that I know my house has spirits, several different ones. The one I saw most was a man in a suit with a fedora-style hat on. I only see him out of the corner of my eye. My dad when he was alive, and my dad both saw him too. My dad also said he saw a woman in an old-style dress, and my mom said that she also seen a man in green. Almost sounds like she was describing military fatigues. There's also the spirit of my dog, Bear, and our cats, Doc and Zipper. Seen one of them just yesterday jumping off of a chair in the kitchen. The spirits that are here aren't harmful, just playful, doing things to remind us that they are here. Experience at the Missouri State Penitentiary. When I was 16, my class and I took a trip to the Missouri State Penitentiary in Jefferson City, Missouri. We were traveling as a group for an AP government class, and I was with friends in the old jail. While we were in the old jail, they had us all walk up to different levels of the building, where all the cells were, and they would sound an alarm, and they'd have all the cell close and everybody walk down a few flights of stairs. However, when I was walking down the stairs, I slowly felt what I thought felt like 5 separate fingers touch my lower back, almost my butt. My friends were behind me and would go for a round every single once in a while and tease each other. So I assumed they were teasing me. So I turned up to look at them and said, "Hey guys, why'd you grab me?" And they were a flight and a half above me. There was no way for them to rush down, grab me, and run all the way back up the stairs without making any noise. My other friend was in front of me, and he raised his hand and said, "I didn't do anything." Obviously, we couldn't reach around, and to this day, don't know what grabbed me. All I know is the rest of the time it felt like somebody was watching me, and I couldn't sit in the gas chamber chair. As if something was holding me back. There was no way I was going to be able to sit, and eventually I had to leave early before everybody else because I felt like I was going to vomit. I've tried to explain my situation for years, and still have no idea what happened that day. All I know is that a ghost wanted to be really, really friendly, and obviously didn't like that gas chamber. My great-grandpa visited me in a dream. This is not necessarily super creepy, but creepy enough in a sense that it gave me some peace, and I think my grandma some peace too. It was around Christmas time. I was staying with my then boyfriend at the time and was staying over at his house and was sleeping down in the basement. That night I had a really, really strange dream. I was in a house and there was a house party going on. When I was there, an older man approached me. He knew my name and felt like I knew him too, but I knew I never met him in person and I couldn't place him. He was really sweet and really nice, and we just kind of stared at each other, like we were having a conversation, but not. It was kind of strange. I felt so comfortable with him as a person does with a close family member. Finally, he said, "Hey, tell your Nana I said hi and I love her." And I was like, okay, sure. And then I woke up, told my grandma about it the next day, and said some information about what the guy looked like. She started crying on the phone saying, "You just saw my dad." Apparently, he had died a few years before that I was born, and I'm named after him. My middle name is Joe. Turns out his birthday was on December 31st. I believe he would have been 90-something. The dream I had was on December 31st. Creepy, unexplained childhood experience. So this story starts off when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Bit of backstory. When I was younger, every time I would get sick, I would experience Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Google it if you don't know what it is. A very strange phenomena. And I would spend all day curled in a ball in my room crying because I couldn't make sense of my surroundings. Well, one of these times I'd come down with a stomach bug and started experiencing really intense visual distortions. My mother sat with me for a few hours trying to calm me down, until I eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. After I fell asleep, I slipped into a very vivid lucid dream, where my bedroom floor collapsed off into an endless void, and I ended up walking around on the sides of the walls. Very strange, I know. Well, this scared me to the core, and in my dream, I remember running into my parents' room to look for help. When I walked into the room, it was completely normal, like it was real life. Except, in the corner of the room next to my parents' bed, there was a dark figure standing there, watching over my parents sleeping. It was at this point I started screaming, and woke up actually stood there in my parents' room. But the figure was gone. My parents tried to calm me down and figure out what was wrong, but I was so distressed I couldn't explain to them what I saw. They ended up putting me back to bed and went to back normal after that, pretty much. After a while, I just assumed I was sleepwalking, and what I saw was just a dream. so I forgot about it, never brought it up to my mom. That was until a couple of years ago. The topic of Alice in Wonderland syndrome came up when I was speaking to Mom. I started to remember that dream and brought it up to her. I think it would just get a small laugh and nothing serious, but after I said it, my mom's face just dropped and a serious expression washed over her. She then explained to me that when we moved into the house, she experienced some very paranormal things happening. So she phoned the local priest, who came down to try to cleanse the house. I don't really know about this stuff, so bear with me. Well, after being there a while, the priest let us know that the house was previously owned by devil worshippers who tried summoning spirits in my parents' bedroom. Apparently, he could feel the presence of a dark spirit that was standing in the corner of my parents' bedroom. The same corner I saw the entity in my dream. I still get goosebumps to this day thinking about that. Thought it was just a nightmare, but an actual priest described the exact thing I saw in the dream. Very creep. Reminds me of the Insidious films. Maybe I actually entered the farther. Under the floor. Just want to preface this by saying I believe there's an explanation for everything, and I do not believe in ghosts. I'm not religious, never have been, but what happened this particular morning, I've never been able to explain. When I was in 5th grade, I lived in a semi-rural area, about a handful of neighbors there. It was just my little brother, my mother, and me that lived in the house. We had just moved in a couple of months ago, and it was one of the only times in our lives that me and my brother had separate rooms. The rooms had a connecting bathroom in the back. One morning my mom had come in to get us up for school. She wakes me up first. As soon as I'm awake, me and her are hearing what I could only explain as the sound of 2 to 3 cats meowing slowly, almost moaning even, with their voices overlapping. I ask her what the sounds are and where they're coming from, but she's just as confused as I am. She goes over to my brother's room to wake him, and I decide to investigate like every stupid kid in a horror movie. I notice that the closer I get to the bathroom, the louder it gets. When I step into the bathroom, I place my ear to the ground, thinking it's coming from under the floor, because that's where it's the loudest. In the bathroom on the floor. It was loud too, muffled but loud. Thing of it is that the house we lived in was built on a concrete slab. So me and my brother and mom are all spooked at this point. We go over to the other side of the house to my mom's room, where we can't hear it. My mom calls her boyfriend because we're scared out of our minds and she doesn't know what else to do. He was a little help though, because he was at work. A couple hours passed and it was maybe 9 or 10 a.m. and my mom said that he needed to leave because we were late for school. Problem is, we left our book bags in our rooms. So me and my brother go back through the house, slowly creeping down the main hall towards the living room, which led to our rooms. I stepped to the doorway of the living room, which had no door. It was just an open doorway. Peek my head around the corner, and I see or hear nothing. Nothing at all. It's dead quiet. Made the hairs on the back of my neck and arms stand straight up. I also had this overwhelming sense of dread, like something was watching us. Neither me nor my brother wanted to step foot in that living room, as if it was off limits to us, and every fiber of my being told me not to. We had to get our bags, though. The only way to get into our rooms was through the living room. I eventually work up the courage, being the brave big brother and all, to try to go get our stuff for me and him. I slowly place my foot over the seam of the doorway. Soon as my foot hits the floor, this loud sound of cats fighting breaks out as if it was in the same room happening right in front of me. That was more than enough to send me and him running, squalling, crying back to our mom's room with our tails between our legs, pleading with her to not make us go back over there. Needless to say, we didn't go to school that day. We didn't sleep on that side of the house for a while either. I was scared for a while, especially from that, and normally didn't turn off the lights when I went to bed after that for a long time. Nothing else ever happened. My mom's boyfriend checked the attic, but nothing was there, and even if there was, I don't feel like it could have explained what was coming from the floor. I remember that event like it was yesterday. It gives me goosebumps talking about it even now, 15 years later. Still don't believe in ghosts, but I don't think I'll ever figure out what was under the floor. Angel Azrael Visit. So my grandma, who family and even those in town called Granny, she passed in 2019. She and I were very close. I miss her terribly, but I was having dreams of her almost every night. So in 2021, throughout that summer and into October, my ex-roommate and I would go up to the old school and do a necrophonic session. I'll make another post if anybody wants to hear those stories. I have a hard time making out the words, so my ex-roommate was the one to listen, and I was the one to ask questions. Most of the time. We decided to just sit and listen. Eventually, I asked if there was anybody watching over me. Got yes. So I asked who they were. I got Azrael. Knowing who he was right away, I got excited while my friend was wary of it, which is justified since negative entities can pose as anyone. So I asked if I'd seen them, which I got a yes. I don't get out much, so I'm trying to think where I could have seen them. So I asked if I'd seen them in my dreams. Got another yes. I naturally looked up what all the Azrael represented. He is the angel of death, or grief, the one to help a person with the grieving process. And it dawned on me what dreams I'd possibly seen him in. After this, my dreams of my grandma became less frequent. So I believe half, if not most of the dreams. At least I was maybe seeing Azrael with my grandma. No one can convince me otherwise. Sister's Ghost Encounter. So my sister and her cousin were about 11 and 10 years old. They were walking from our cousin's house to ours, so they had to pass the fire hall and an alley. When they got to the alley, they paused, and this 8-year-old girl was there, long dark hair and either a bloody white nightgown or a dress. Well, this girl pointed at them and screamed. No sound came out, so naturally my sister and cousin looked behind them. They turned back and the girl was gone. Minutes later, they made it to our house, and as some kids do, they were playing in the bathroom sink. They looked out the small window and saw the same little girl, but this time she wasn't bloody, but did the same thing. I asked my cousin in 2019 if he remembered this, and he said that he did. Even in 2019, I've tried to look into the deaths of the small town of Elk Creek, but didn't come up with anything. 2 years later, my friend Adrian, we went up to the school for the first time, and I got a child come through named Molly. We asked how she died, and we got dog. Now, my guess, even before this, was she had to have been mauled, either by a domestic dog or a coyote. At this time, I was wearing my bag that I had with wolf plush attached to it. This Molly could have been referring to that, but my intuition says otherwise. I relayed this new info to my youngest sister after this encounter. We both think maybe this Molly is that little girl. During this first session up at the school with Adrian, we had gotten quite a bit other than Molly. Most of our investigation was done in the back of school where the playground was. Elk Creek is 155 years old, and even now I'm the only one here that does anything like this. My old house used to be the doctor's, the upstairs being where the doctors saw their patients. We had gotten a spirit come through, so I asked how they died, and they replied, candy. And I thought about it, then asked if they were poisoned, and it repeated, poison. Which I then asked if the doctor poisoned you. The necrophonic went silent. No voices, no static. So I took that as a yes. They didn't want to say it. The other significant spirit we got was of somebody named Ed. He came through first saying Keith. Both my dad and grandpa are named that. I asked which one. It said Dad. My dad did indeed have a relative named Ed. Why he would be there, I don't know, but seeing as we lived in EC for over 20 years, Ed could have just been following Dad. We would get Ed come through every time and we would go up there, and even get a yeah when I would ask if Ed was still there. The last time we went up to the school, we never got Ed's name. Now, I'm not an expert, but I have a feeling that he was able to cross over. A few years prior, there was a medium that came here twice doing a seance. Could have not closed the gate properly, and spirits and other things could have come through. Adrian and I are sure that there's something negative up there. Adrian had gotten something to sort of, guess it told her to harm me. Then a growl after she got the name Mary, pulled out her Opal Mary figure. Those are the necrophonic sessions that really stuck with me. Help try to explain this. For context, this happened today on Halloween in the car with my mom, who was the driver, and me being the passenger, and my younger brother in the back seat. Here's what happened. So tonight, while out trick-or-treating, it was very cold outside. Being it that it had just snowed that morning, typical Michigan weather. And the air was fresh and crisp clean that it gets in the fall and winter. I know, you know. Anyways, the fact that the air smelled clean and normal is very important. So after we had finished trick-or-treating, we decided to stop and get food. After we had gotten food and started to drive back home, I noticed a faint burnt plastic smell. Figured it was just something outside, so I didn't say anything. Then my younger brother spoke up about the smell. And when he did, the smell became very pronounced, made my eyes water. I looked back at him and my heart stopped because of third row trunk, and the row that he was sitting in, second row, was all full of thick gray smoke. I immediately yelled out, "Car's on fire!" causing my mom to immediately slam on the brakes and pull over. Once she did, keep in mind all of the windows are rolled up, so there's no way the smoke could have escaped. I took mental note that there was no smoke in the air and no burnt plastic smell, so it wasn't coming from outside. As I rushed to go get water, my mom opened the trunk to look for the source of the fire. There wasn't. Nothing was on fire. The smoke was just suddenly gone, along with the burnt plastic smell. I believe her dash cam caught the audio on the road as she pulled over, but fortunately it was facing the road, so it didn't capture inside the car. Please help me explain this. We believe it was my papa, who was just reached visited at his gravesite. My papa loved campfires, and the smell was the smell of when you burnt something plastic in a fire. It creates that black smoke. Please help. Let me know what the hell that was, and whether I should be concerned about the car having actually been on fire internally. Unlikely because it was the trunk, but who knows? Was a random patch of smoke from outside, or was it Papa? Any sort of advice or explanation is greatly appreciated and welcomed. Do non-believers experience ghosts, demons, or the paranormal? I've been obsessed with the paranormal and ghost stories since I was a kid. I always found it interesting that only religious people get possessed. Only people who believe in ghosts see them. Only people that believe in the supernatural have paranormal experiences. As you might guess, I'm an atheist, but an open-minded one. Like Mulder. I want to believe, at least. I have taken part in ghost hunts, seances, but never had anything happen. While people with me claim to see or hear things, I find that usually what people hear or see has a rational explanation. But because they're looking for the paranormal, that's what they assume it is. Meanwhile, I'm like, nope, that was a bird, or nope, that was the wind. Because there's the bird and it's still windy. I'd love to have an experience that makes me into a believer, though. I would love one shred of evidence that ghosts or demons are real, and not just the result of an overactive imagination or mental illness. But in 30-plus years of research and investigation, I have not seen it. Some people think you have to be open to it. I feel like I am. I am an empath and a sensitive. I feel other people's emotions and quote-unquote vibes, and I'm incredibly intuitive to the point people say I might be a psychic. So if being open and sensitive are prerequisites for having an encounter, why don't I have them? Why haven't the dozens of other atheists and non-believers that I've spoken to about this had anything paranormal happen within their flatmates or friends with them? Who was singing at the beach? My sister Kate and her ex-boyfriend Jake were smoking at the beach when they heard singing behind them. They grew up on a lake where there was a beach. The only way to get down to the beach was a little path off of the cliff. They were sitting on a log, and around midnight they heard someone behind and above them singing from the cliff. She described it as haunting, giving her shivers up her spine. At the same time, it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. She shrugged it off to paranoia because she was baked. However, when she turned to Jake, he looked terrified. She whispered, "Do you hear that?" He nodded. The singing became louder, and suddenly it was right behind them. It was a 30-foot cliff, and there was no way to get down without taking a long path to the left. They ran to the other side of the beach, and the singing continued. This time coming from their only exit, that path. They sat on a log for hours, petrified. Around 3 a.m., they heard the singing again, this time from across the beach. Something started running straight towards them, the sound of sand and rocks being moved with every step. While they didn't see an entity, it stopped about 5 feet in front of them. So they ran to the path, never looked back. This happened 9 years ago. Has anyone heard of this type of thing happening at a beach? Both of them have told me the same story, despite not speaking to each other anymore. What did I see? When I was around 8 years old, I had my first supernatural experience. My mother, brother, and I were living in a crappy neighborhood here in Chicago. At the time, my younger brother, 2 years older, we shared a bedroom. He slept on the top bunk and I on the bottom. However, on this night, I had him sleep on the bottom bunk with me. See, there were some people outside shooting, and I was concerned about a bullet entering the apartment and hitting him, since the window was at the same height as where he slept. I was in the bed next to my brother while staring at the bottom of the top bunk, waiting for the shooting to stop. I recall not being able to sleep even after the shooting stopped. this was normal, as I'd like to lay in bed listening to all the sounds the house makes until I was ready to sleep. As I lie there, my ears perked up, as if I heard a sound downstairs that sounded like somebody was in our home. You know the sound your sneakers make when you scuff them on tile flooring? That's what I heard. Mind you, my mom's asleep in her bedroom, and my brother was just sound asleep next to me. No one else was in the home. It was moments after when I heard footsteps on the stairs. I sat up in bed abruptly, staring outside my bedroom door, waiting until whoever it was got to the top. And when it did, couldn't breathe, let alone scream. Could only stare at it. The figure was shades of gray and black. You could see the person was tall, with no hair, no eyes in its sockets. It had on a plaid top, wore boots, and its hand was a wind chime. Couldn't say how long I stared at it, as I heard the sound of the wind chime ring through the silence of the night. And then not a moment later it turned and went into my mother's room. I immediately dove under the covers in fear, and at some point fell asleep. The next morning I contemplated whether I should tell my mother or not. I really thought that what I had experienced was a bad dream. I went to my mother, who seemed perfectly fine, and spoke to her about it. She said I must have had a bad dream. Relief spread through me as I ran upstairs to play with my brother, and I asked him, "Did you hear any ringing or jingling last night?" My stomach dropped at his answer. "Yeah, I just assumed it was you playing with your toys." A weird experience I had when I was younger. This was in about 2005 or so that would make me 11 or 12. I only remember because I was playing RuneScape at the time. I had gone with my mom to a friend's house, a married couple. Their house layout was like this. You'd walk into the front door and immediately be in the living room. To your left, it would open into the dining room, with the computer in the back left corner, and to the right of that hallway, that turns to the right at the end, leading to the master bedroom. I was playing on the computer, zoned out in the MMO grind, you could call it. I heard my mom call my name from the master bedroom. I was trying to finish up what I was doing real quick. She calls me again, so I just stop what I'm doing, get up, and make my way back there. Upon walking to the master bedroom, I see nobody there, which is when the realization hits me that my mom and her friends had went to eat lunch at a restaurant. I felt almost a buzzing in my head as I made this realization and tried to shake it off, making my way back to the computer. Adjacent note, I'm partially blind in my left eye. Upon coming down the hallway and around the wall where the living room was again within the field of my view. In the left corner of my vision, I saw a colorless black human-shaped figure standing in the middle of the living room. This instantly makes my heart sink straight to my ass. And I abruptly turned my head so I could get my working eye on whatever it was. There was nothing there, as you can imagine. I didn't feel like being in the house anymore. I went outside and waited for them to get back before going in. Nothing really happened again. But that shit is burned into my memory. I saw something in my church as a kid. When I was around the age of 6, my mom started to clean our church every week to help out. During this time, we were renting a farmhouse where me and my 2 older brothers experienced quite a few paranormal events. But my parents never gave it the light of day due to them being very Christian and conservative. One day my mom was cleaning the church. My brothers and I tagged along since my dad was working. While my mom cleaned, we decided to play hide and seek since the church was empty. Eventually I was the seeker looking for my brother, and I remember walking down a long hallway. Since the church was closed, and my mom was just cleaning the room where the sermons were held. All the other lights were off, except for the emergency lights. When I was walking in the very dim hall, for some reason I felt the need to look up, and from that moment I can't get the image of what I saw out of my head. There was an all-black figure around the size of a 6 or 7-year-old. The figure was crawling on the ceiling, so I was looking at its back. Only it had noticed me, so it had twisted its head all the way around to see me. The face was blurry since it was dark, but I could make out an almost cartoonish smile staring at me, and I remember its eyes being not human-like at all. The weird thing about this is despite how creepy I remember the figure being my 6-year-old self was not scared at all. I remember thinking to myself, how did my brother get up there? Then I felt the need to leave the hallway. When I saw its face, I didn't feel my stomach drop, nor did I feel scared or threatened. It just felt like whatever I saw wanted me to just move along. To this day, I don't have any idea what that was. My brother just called me crazy and said, there can't be any demons in a church, since it's protected by God. My parents agreed. The older I get, the more I wonder if it was just a dream that made itself a memory. It just feels so real when I think about it, and I'm able to describe it in such great detail. I don't really remember any other times that we played hide and seek, but this one definitely stuck out. I know children are more likely to have paranormal experiences, and my brothers also had things happen to them, but it was at the house. Why did I see something at our church? After doing some research, I found out that the church has been around since 1873. And like I remember, there's a cemetery on the land as well as the same name as the church. I'm happy to talk to some other people and other things that happened at that house, but I don't remember that much. Only the things my brothers have told me. The house was very old in the middle of nowhere. It was an old farmhouse that someone purchased and renovated. The barn was a no-no zone and gave all of us the creeps. The cows on the land acted very strange, and the house was just weird vibes overall. More stories from the farmhouse. There's a lot. This will be long and probably sporadic, but if you have questions, please ask. I live in a very small town from the age of 5 and 6. We didn't stay there long, not because of anything that happened. My parents just wanted to move to the city. I don't remember hardly anything from this age, but every memory I can think of has to do with something scary that happened. To set the scene, we lived on some land in a house that was built in possibly the 50s or 60s. I did try to do some research to find out exactly, but I can't seem to find anything. If I do, I'll update the post. After finding out the address from my parents, I put it into Google Maps and realized that our house was only about a mile or two away from the church where I had the experience from my last post. The church has also been around since 1873, and it has a graveyard attached to it. On the land was our house, a very creepy barn, and a pasture full of cows. That belonged to our landlord, not the narrator. My dad let me know that we used the barn for storage, and this cleared up one of my experiences. It was most definitely a dream, but the dream still freaks me out anyways. To start with my dream, I remember for some reason I went into the barn. Me and my brothers usually stayed away from there because there was a lot of rusty tools, and it honestly just looked scary. When I walked into the barn, I could see the middle part of the floor was slightly raised for storage underneath. After talking to my dad, he said the barn didn't have any underground storage. I remember looking down into the floor and seeing 2 kids around my age playing in the underground. I also recalled them inviting me down with them. Since I know that the floor wasn't raised, I'm wondering what this could mean. It was most definitely a dream, but why? Now, the actual stuff that happened in the house, bear with me, there's a lot. My 2 older brothers shared a room and had their own bed on either side of the room. I believe whatever was in the house targeted them the most, since I don't remember anything happening to me there. My oldest brother told us one time he was trying to fall asleep when suddenly he felt someone pushing against his mattress underneath him. Of course, he thought it was our other brother messing with him, but when he looked under the bed, there was nothing. Both of my brothers also mentioned many times that they could see feet in their closet at night. They would leave the light on in there but close the door, and could see someone's feet blocking the light. Of course, when they opened the door, there was nothing there. They also have talked about hearing scratches on the door. While I was talking to my mom about all of this, she told me about one night where she couldn't find my second oldest brother. She apparently searched the house and couldn't find him anywhere, until she found him asleep under his bed. And he's never been known to sleepwalk. My oldest brother also told me a while ago about every once in a while, my other brother would sit up in bed and stare at the wall in front of him in the middle of the night. He would tell him to lay down and go to sleep, but would always get ignored. Of course, he never remembered sitting up in his bed. The last thing I remember is my oldest brother had a huge bin of Legos that he kept underneath his bed. Some nights he would hear the Legos being shuffled around. Of course, he always thought it was my other brother until he saw him asleep in his bed. My older brother passed away almost 2 years ago, so I won't be able to ask him about anything, but I'll try to talk to my other brother about it. He's not much older than me, so there's a good chance he doesn't remember either, especially since he was asleep when anything happened to him. Also, a quick little mention as well. The cows did not act normal at all. I don't know if this has anything to do with paranormal activity, but they were terrified of humans and ran away anytime you came close. Usually cows are pretty friendly, kind of like big dogs. Agreed. No one ever believes me when I talk about this. I'm glad I've found a space where people don't deny this stuff. I don't doubt that any of this has happened. The town I lived in was the first settlement in my state. It has a very deep history. It all makes more sense now after I found out that we live so close to a church. Currently, I live an hour away from the house. I'm almost tempted to try and contact whoever owns it now and see if I can visit or ask if they've experienced anything themselves. Odds are the house and barn are no longer there. When I look at the property, it says the house is bigger than it was when we lived there, so I think that they may have torn it down and built a new home. Probably not a good idea to go back, but I'm definitely curious. Two experiences I could never explain. Putting this on a throwaway account, because my family does not support talking about what happened in our old house. They say that it'll bring it back. Well, when I was a teenager, my mom, my younger sister, and I moved into a rental house for a few months after my mom left my sister's dad. As soon as we moved in, things started to happen, like creaks and things moving. Every once in a while, somebody's name would be called out, but no one knew where it would come from. We would all brush it aside, saying that it was just nerves from the big transition that we had, and we just didn't talk about it. But two things happened to me that I would never be able to forget. About a month after moving into the house, I had a cheer competition that everybody was getting ready for. I was in the shower when I heard the door open and close. I assumed my sister forgot something as she was in the shower before me, so I told her to hurry up and get out. I then saw a shadow of her, and her hand came in, tried to pull the shower curtain back. I yanked it away and yelled at her to get out, but I never heard the door, so I got mad, pulled the curtain away to scream at her, but no one was in there. Got my towel, went to go find her. She was in her bedroom with my mom getting her hair done. I started yelling at her for what happened. They both looked confused and said my sister was there the whole time, never moved. freaked me out, but after a while, I chalked it up to being tired from practice the day before. Perhaps I just imagined it. Until a few weeks later, when the second event happened. I had just gotten home from school and went up to my room. Since I was in high school and my sister was in middle school, she always got home before me. So sometimes she would think it was funny to scare me when I came home. When I walked into my room, I saw her shuffle under the bed and rolled my eyes. I told her I saw her and that she needed to be sneakier if she was going to scare me. I heard her giggling and went to my desk, get homework done. I was tired. I decided to just wait for her to get bored and come out like she usually does. But every once in a while, I would just hear her giggle a bit and then silence. Until 20 minutes later when I heard our front door open and my sister and Mom's voice came in the house. An icy feeling came over me as I remembered that on Wednesdays my sister had softball practice, came home later than me. Froze for a minute, turned to look in my bed, and I still saw a bit of what looked like my sister's hand under it. I got up as quietly as I could, kept my eyes on the bed until I got out of the room. When I went downstairs, I told my mom what happened. I still remember that look she gave me was like she knew what I was talking about, till she told me to stop talking about it, that I was probably just tired. 2 weeks later, me and my sister came home from our grandmother's, to our bags packed, and my mom saying that we were moving out of the house. She won't ever talk about it, but I have a feeling something happened to her that day that made her get out. Still pass that house occasionally. I make a point to never look at it for too long. Did my dead mom take me for a drive? This experience just happened to me yesterday, November 6th. Facts I need to share for the story to make sense. My mom passed away 3 months ago. She had early onset dementia for years and had gotten really bad the past year. I've lived in my town for the past 20 plus years and have driven the roads, and I'll be talking about like a million times. On Sunday, I listened to a story that featured Rachel Stavis, an exorcism specialist. And she stated that we all have a presence with us, and we need to invite them in. That night, I laid in bed and had a chat with my mom. Told her if she was with me. That was cool, and she's more than welcome to be here. I told her just not to freak me out. I'm all about the paranormal. I just don't want to be afraid of it. I drifted off to sleep that night, feeling hopeful and happy. The next morning, I had to drop my son off at school, then head out to the lake area side of town, about 10 miles, to cover our boat so it could go into storage for the winter. Again, this is a route that I've driven millions of times as we lived out there for many years and just recently moved into town. So I drop off at school and set out. As I'm driving, I remember seeing all the things I normally see on this route. The golf course, the Amish farm that sells eggs. I remember trying to decide which way I wanted to go. Back roads or the main county road. I remember deciding that the county road would be pretty much the way of the day. As I'm driving, I come to the top of the hill where I'm set to take a left turn. I know every house, every curve, every farm field. I take the turn and see the road sign that says CTY Road KK. It should say County Line Road. I slowed down and realized the houses weren't familiar. I had a massive headache. Pulled over and just sat there looking around. I had no idea where I was. I started to panic. Opened Google Maps and it captured my location. This did nothing for me. Nothing was familiar to me. It was like I was looking at a map of Zimbabwe instead of my old little hometown. I was lost. What the hell? So I turned around, decided to retrace my route to go back where I came from. It was only one turn I had made, so it wasn't hard. Went back, made the one turn, and I was back to driving down the county road. All of a sudden, I finally realized I was on the road I recognized, and it was not the road I was supposed to be on. Got back into town where I started from, decided to try it again. I drove my route, ended up at the boat storage where I was supposed to be like nothing ever happened. This morning I woke up and had a little more memory of the event. I remembered that while at the stoplight I had this last-minute overwhelming feeling that I needed to go straight instead of turn. I actually went straight from the turn lane. Legal, I know, but let me tell you, going straight takes me the complete opposite way of where I needed to be. The strange thing is, even though it was the wrong road I was on, it all looked like the road I was supposed to be on. All up until I saw the City Road KK sign. I can't explain the feeling. I've never had anything like this happen before. I ran the story past my cousin. She said, "Don't you find it strange that you ended up on KK?" I was like, I find the whole thing really strange. What's your point? She said, "Your mom's name is Kay." But what she didn't know is that my dad called her KK. So I guess when I told my mom it was cool to hang with me, she missed the memo about freaking me out. Think we need to have another talk. Looking for Old Flying Ghost Head from 2006 to 2009. There's a video somewhere that I can't find anywhere, and I remember seeing it when I was very young, scaring myself with low-quality 240p ghost videos on good old days of YouTube. I don't remember a lot of details of it, but it was hands down the scariest alleged ghost evidence video I remember seeing. Can't find it anywhere. Perhaps somebody knows what it is, or knows where to find it. I only remember a distinct part of the video. I believe there's 2 or 3 people in this video, either in a dark hallway or stairs of some kind with flashlights, looking through what was either a house or an abandoned building of some sort. In the video at some point, a flying ghost head thing is seen floating in the darkness, in all of its low-res 240p glory. Suddenly rushes at the cameraman. Camera shakes and the person freaks out. I don't remember for sure, but I think everybody starts basically running away. I know that's not a lot to go on, but flying ghost head doesn't seem to be a common thing I see searching through videos. This one was very distinct and hopefully would be memorable for anybody who remembers seeing it. If anybody has any info on it and knows where it might be, feel free to drop a clue. Any spooky experience you had? A few years back, April 2016, I was alone in the living room at 3 a.m. reading shoujo manga. My family was sleeping and in the room with me. It was only basically my bunny inside her cage, all chill and sleeping as well. Nice. So suddenly as I was reading, I caught with the side of my eye a brown creature and a bag of bread that was hanging on the wall across the room. I turned immediately around, and for 2 whole seconds, I got to look at it. It was a dark brown creature with yellow eyes looking right at me, without clothes, pointy ears, and a tail like a devil's. It looked like a small devil is the best description I can give to it. It seemed to have been surprised I took notice of it, and it jumped through the closed balcony door. No windows, no doors were opened. So I kept staring at the spot I saw, not believing what I had just seen. And I saw the bag of bread was moving from the creature's departure motion for a good 10 seconds until it stopped as it was supposed to. I turned to look at my bunny. She was staring with eyes wide open at the spot the creature was as well. Started hitting her back legs in her cage for about 5 minutes until she calmed down. Same kind of creature I saw 2 to 3 years ago on the top of the clothes hanger. Laying. It was a bigger, fatter one which didn't seem to be bothered. At least, bothered that I noticed it, but it also disappeared within seconds. Came across a Mexican girl after a few months. She told me these are duendes. I searched pictures of them, and they're kind of like that, but the ones I saw had no hats, no clothes, and were just looking like tiny devils. Has anyone seen them or anything similar to those? Ghost in the Bed. It was a small, unsuspecting bedroom, decorated with soft purple walls, white trim, and a built-in with drawers on either side of it. The full-sized bed sat high in the center of the room, perpendicular to a small crowded closet and a single window, with just enough space to walk around. The room was nestled in the corner of a second-story brick house. The window overlooking a gentle rolling hill carved into two by a two-lane road. Behind the house, within 50 feet of the sloped, uneven backyard, lay a dense forest that stretched on for miles. Inside this small room, I found refuge. I was a typical teenager, rebellious, moody, and given frequent conflict with my family. I preferred to be alone. Each night I would retreat into my room, shut the lights, and dial into my laptop. The laptop was merely a vessel for a hobby that I was indulging in. Inspired by a film class, I began watching all kinds of movies, both old and new. This was from the comfort and solitude of my bed. In that dark room, the world seemed to melt away as the screen danced with images of other worlds. Their stories distracted me from the chaos and the emotion that simmered inside of me. Weeks passed and a routine began to take hold. Many times after leaving the room for a bathroom break or quest for the perfect snack, I'd discover my cat, Emmy. Emmy must have snuck in behind me. She was a short-haired black cat, impossible to see in the dark behind the screen, but I could feel her jump into the bed and settle into the corner. One particular night I retired early. It was not long into my second film before I felt the familiar weight at the edge of the bed. Smiling, I shifted myself to give her more room. I nestled back into the sheets, but I was abruptly startled by my door whipping open. My mom stared into the room, looking visibly confused. "Did you just walk into your room?" she asked me. "Nope," I responded hesitantly. "I've been in here for a couple hours." She took several paces into the room, looking around the edges of the bed and pressed again. "Do you have a friend over?" "Nope, it's just me and Emmy in here. Why? What's wrong?" She turned on the light and sat up and looked down at my bed to see a large indent still creased from the weight of her. It was empty. I looked to both sides of the room, but she isn't there. Puzzled, I looked back at my mom to see a fearful look in her eyes. "I watched a girl walk into your room. I saw her in the hallway. Are you sure it wasn't you? No one is in here?" "I'm sure," I answered her. Fear began bubbling up deep inside of me, but I swallowed hard to try to force it back down. "Okay, never mind then," my mom says dejectedly and closes the door as swiftly as she opened it. Stunned, I sat quietly in the darkness, illuminated solely by the dim light of my computer. The energy of the room seemed to have shifted. It no longer felt comfortable or safe. I felt scared. Who could she have seen, I wondered? Was it real or a trick of the eye? Then where did Emmy go? My stomach twisted with anxiety and sure what to believe. Took a deep breath and pressed play on the laptop. This'll help keep my mind off things, thought to myself. 10, maybe 20 minutes go by. I feel the familiar weight press into the edge of the bed. Pausing the movie, I sit up and whisper, "There you are," as I begin reaching for her. My hands pat around the blanket. I don't feel her. I climb out of the bed to turn on the light when I suddenly realize that my door is closed. She couldn't have gotten in. Eyes wide, I dart the light switch on, find the indent slowly leaving the bed. Emmy isn't in the room. Chills seemed to dance across my skin, giving rise to a sea of goosebumps as the realization seeped in. In an instant, I shut the lights back out, diving back into bed and slammed my laptop shut and pulled the sheets over my head. I squeezed my eyes shut as I heard my bed creak under the weight of it. Turning my back to the edge, I willed myself to sleep. Can't hurt me if I don't give it the energy, I told myself. My blood ran cold as I felt a hand on my shoulder tugging me, beckoning me to look at it. The grim seemed to kind of glow stronger. And from the corner of my eye, a dark figure towered over the bed. I whispered over and over for hours for it to leave, but it was not welcome. I whispered until exhaustion won the war versus fear. The world went silent. It was the last night I ever stayed in that small purple room. Step into the world of Paranormal M, where the extraordinary becomes reality. Prepare to be immersed in a collection of thought-provoking and chilling stories. They'll leave you questioning the supernatural. Make sure to hit that like button, would you? The unexpected ritual. In the heart of the 1970s Singapore, where my childhood unfolded, our house stood just a stone's throw away from the Christian cemetery. The mornings were shrouded in an eerie tranquility, and yet this proximity never discouraged my early excursions with my father. Together we sought solace in the cemetery's embrace, a haven adorned with trees and an oasis of peace. It was during those pre-dawn hours when solitude reigned supreme that the cemetery truly revealed its mysteries. The darkness within those cemetery grounds held no fear for me. Instead, it became a canvas for my childhood adventures. Amongst the tombstones, hide and seek echoed countless times, an innocent game amidst the resting souls. However, even in this familiar terrain, there existed a place I dare not approach. A hidden village nestled deep within the cemetery's bosom. Cloaked beneath a dense canopy of trees, it perpetually shrouded itself in an inexplicable mist. Legends whispered of traditional Malays dwelling in this clandestine hamlet, living without electricity or gas, relying mostly on wood for cooking and oil lamps for light. It was a stark contrast in the modern cityscape of Singapore. Fueled by curiosity, I embarked on a daring adventure, pedaling towards the mystery veiled within that hidden village. As I approached the village entrance, an unexpected mist greeted me. An odd occurrence in the typically hot Singapore midday. With courage, I pushed through the chilling fog, reducing visibility to a mere haze. Deeper into the village, darkness enveloped me, revealing shacks and huts crafted from primitive materials. Some lacked doors, heightening the sense of the uncanny. The mist thickened, forcing me to dismount and proceed on foot, pushing my bicycle through the haunting atmosphere. Amidst the gloom, one hut emitted a warm glow, its candlelight beckoning me. Drawn to the light, I pressed forward, and as I did, the weather shifted. A sudden drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. Wiping my eyes, I found myself standing before this hut, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Smoke billowed from burning candles inside, creating an illusion of fire. Stepping forward, my entire being was inexplicably pulled into the hut. The smoke dissipated, revealing a ritual in progress. Villagers adorned in tribal costumes with unnaturally elongated tongues chanted in an unfamiliar language. Glass bottles littered the scene, containing deformed baby fetuses suspended in cloudy ethanol alongside entrails. Panic set in, and as I attempted to flee, my legs felt rooted to the ground. A warm liquid trickled down my legs, and horror consumed me. The chanting crescendoed, blurring my vision. A boy my age appeared, raising his arm, yet I felt nothing. Vision fading to black, the echoes of the chant lingered in my ears. Gradually regaining consciousness, I found myself back home, safe in my bed. Overwhelmed with relief, I embraced my parents, tears streaming down my face. Despite the bizarre encounter, I never questioned my parents about my rescue. I simply wished to erase the event from memory. Years passed in silence, until one day, returning to the cemetery with my father, I saw the boy again. Strobe lights flashed, recalling the horrifying images imprinted in my mind. Panic seized me, and I called out to my father. His gaze met the boy's, a little older now, but the familiarity struck me. They exchanged waves, and I questioned my father about the boy. Nonchalantly, my father revealed that the boy had fallen off of his bike years ago, and he had found and carried him back to the village. That revelation sent shivers down my spine as the insignificant event resurfaced, the haunting implications. Did I live in a haunted house? So, in 2019, I moved into a rented house with a friend. After a while, we started noticing things. One night, I clearly remember hearing footsteps coming up the stairs and into my room. At 3 a.m, I didn't turn around to see if anything was there. At one point, I mentioned to my friend/housemate, and he had heard similar things, but he was skeptical and didn't believe in ghosts, but definitely felt something was going on. One thing I realized after a while was that the walls were very thin, and I could hear my neighbors moving around next door. There were other things. The weirdest one was we were both sat on different sofas watching TV. Suddenly, there was a banging vibration that me and my friend felt, and I heard. My friend thought it was my cat, but then I pointed out that he was sat on my lap. In the end, it just became a running joke. Ugh, that'll be the ghost. A regular thing was 4 bangs. The weirdest thing is that I went away for the weekend with my boyfriend, and we stopped off in a shut retail, completely deserted in the city, 50 miles from where we lived. My partner was half asleep, and suddenly there was 4 bangs on the side of the car. We immediately looked around, then got out of the car. No one was around or in the area, and it was open space. So we basically were able to run and hide. Anyway, after 2 years, my friend moved out and my partner moved. We had a few more instances where bangs were usually when the other half was drifting off. We moved unrelatedly 6 months after. Nothing followed. Just wondering what people think. Possible ghost in the form of my girlfriend. So I am a bit of a skeptic. I don't really believe in ghosts, and I've never seen one in my life until Sunday just passed. I was staying in the municipal hotel in Liverpool, and my girlfriend and I were getting ready to go out for a meal. My girlfriend was trying to take a picture in the mirror, but the lighting in the room was poor, so I suggested to her to try and find a mirror in the hallway. A few seconds pass, and I hear the door open and look around and see the back of her going out of our room and to the left. The door takes about 10 seconds to close, so I catch it before it locks her out. I look down the hallway, both ways, but I can't seem to see her. I assumed she had went around the corner, so I closed the door, thought I'll just wait for her to knock again and let her in. Anyway, I'm on my phone for 1 or 2 minutes, and then next minute my girlfriend just walks out of the bathroom in her hotel room. I'm completely confused. I assumed the front door was unlocked and I didn't hear her come in, but she promises me for 20 minutes straight that she didn't even step foot in the hallway. Plus, I tried it myself, and like all hotel room doors, it's locked from the outside. And we only got given one room key, which was in the power port inside the room. I was trying to think of any way this could be explained. First, I thought maybe I'd seen her get into the bathroom through the mirror, got confused. But I think this is just me trying to rationalize, as I definitely don't know what I saw. Also, the strange thing was, about 10 minutes after it happened, my memory of it was already starting to blur, as if it was a dream of some sort. But it did actually happen, as far as I'm aware. I just wondered if anyone else has seen something in the form of someone they know, and also if they have also experienced this almost instant fuzziness around the memory of that same situation. Chapstick. This actually started back in February of this year. I live in a 2-story house, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. I've lived here since early 2017. It's just me and my 2 dogs living here. I've always heard noises throughout the house. Nothing ever bothers or harms me. Usually knocking on doors, footsteps running in the attic, or a ball of some sort bouncing. Faster and faster, as if the ball was dropped and bounced till it stopped. The ball bouncing was almost routine. Every 3 days in the evenings at different times, but always every 3 days. I can never pinpoint where the bouncing comes from. Still happens, though. Well, one evening in early February, I came home. Dogs greeted me as usual, went to the living room and sat on the couch to watch TV. I heard the ball bouncing again. I ignored it as it's normal to me now. Only this time I heard the ball bounce again, exactly as before. Never heard it twice in a row like that. I brushed it off. The dogs were also used to it. They remained asleep on the couch. I got up to get a soda out of the fridge. I go back to the couch and there's a chapstick exactly where I was sitting. Didn't ever remember buying any chapstick. Anyway, I put it on the table and continue on with my night. Watched a few episodes of The Walking Dead and headed upstairs to bed. The dogs followed me. We get up to my bedroom and in the doorway I see the same exact chapstick sitting upright on the floor in the middle of the doorway. If I were to pull the door closed, the chapstick would be knocked over. I freaked out a little because I usually close my door, so that way the dogs don't tear my shit up. I picked it up, put it in my pocket. I went back downstairs to get the other chapstick off the table, and it was gone. But then I was really freaked out and went back upstairs to go to the bedroom. I couldn't sleep for a bit, tossed and turned. I looked at the chapstick, and it was a normal chapstick you'd find at any store. I sat it on my bedside table and tried to go to sleep, and finally did. The next morning I woke up. The chapstick was still on the table next to me. I put it in the drawer of my nightstand and went downstairs to make a bowl of cereal. Still freaked out a little thinking about the night before. It was about 8:30 a.m. Ate my cereal and went and sat on the couch. Of course, the chapstick is on the coffee table again. Freaking out again, I grabbed it and ran up to my bedroom, and of course it's not in my nightstand anymore. I had to work in about an hour, so I took a shower and got ready, keeping the chapstick in my view at all times. I decided to take it to work and threw it in the dumpster at work, went about my day. I didn't tell anybody what was going on, just kept on pushing. I get home at 7:30. Dogs didn't greet me this time. I walk in, they were upstairs barking. I ran up and they were standing at my bedroom door growling. They saw me and snapped out of it. I opened my bedroom door and my nightstand was knocked over. I picked it up and figured the dogs were playing while I was gone, but I always shut my bedroom door, so that couldn't have happened. I was still freaking out, so I decided to sleep in the living room. I kept my lights and TV on all night, dogs by my side. I awoke at 3:30 a.m. to hear my dogs upstairs growling again. As I'm heading upstairs, I heard a ball bouncing again somewhere downstairs. I ignored it and went to go see what my dogs were growling at. Didn't see anything. Everything looked normal. I calmed them down. Soon after, one of my dogs ran downstairs into the kitchen and started barking ferociously at the cabinet near the fridge. I opened the cabinet and lo and behold, the chapstick returned. I left it there, slammed the cabinet shut. Right then and there, I yelled, "Whoever you are, I command you to go away or else." Still, even after that, I was never harmed, just freaked out. Shortly after that, I hear footsteps running. Mind you, my floors are all hardwood. I don't know where the running was, but it was downstairs this time. I heard the ball bouncing again, and I yelled, "Get out now!" It all stopped immediately. I was freaked out, but didn't hear a peep for a month or so. The ball bouncing started again, though. The chapstick disappeared without a trace. But to this day, I still hear the ball bouncing. The house has been put up for sale. But until it's sold, I'm staying here. But if anyone's interested, I tell them my story beforehand. I don't hear from the buyers again. I know you can hear me. This happened to me last year. Never in my life had I heard a voice so crystal clear. I was up late working on an art project in my living room, the windows wide open. I lived in the first floor apartment. Very often I felt as if something or someone was watching me, and I knew that I knew, or it knew that I knew. I got the feeling that I wasn't supposed to know. That makes sense. It felt like someone was directly outside my window staring straight at me, unwavering. It was probably about 1 or 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like a very distant cry for help from a woman. This calling was so quiet it was just barely audible. That's how far away it sounded. But at the same time, I had this eerie feeling that it was actually quite close. It was so confusing I chalked it up to exhaustion and that it was probably all in my head. Just as the screaming stopped, I swear to God I heard a voice so clear, so close, so haunting whisper directly into my ear. I could almost feel their cold breath, and it said, "I know you can hear me." This voice, although only a whisper, echoed through the room so articulately. There's no mistaking that message whatsoever. Undeniable. And that thing was right. I could hear it. Every now and then I think about this. It chills me to the bone even a year later. This was like nothing I've ever experienced in my life. Even now I can't fully articulate the fear that shook me to my core because of this. The juxtaposition of it all, too. The distant screams were so quiet, but that was the loudest whisper I've ever heard in my life. There was nobody there. Haunted or infested. So I ended up in jail for 24 hours. At about hour 4, I was given a cellmate. This dude was Jamaican or Haitian. He was wearing the scrubs he was arrested in, but seemed a bit odd that we didn't talk much. but we seemed equally uncomfortable and equally antisocial, which was fine by me, because I was afraid I'd be celled with a murderer. At some point in the night, this guy kept getting attacked by a roach or several roaches, but one at a time. I protected him from the roaches a few times, and he seemed genuinely grateful. However, sometimes he started looking odd. When that happened, I started banging the cell and yelling about my rights. He stopped acting suspect when I did that at least twice. At some indifferentiated time, no windows, I was moved to another cell with no cellmate. This guy started screaming all night as if the roach or roaches attacked him without me to protect him. So we're both sent to the judge at the same time, so I get to hear the details of his crime. Motherfucker was charged with murder. He was a direct support worker, and this happened on the job. Key piece of information is the gun found on site did not match the one on his concealed carry license. So he could have been innocent, but who knows? But this is about those roaches. Was he under attack from the victim? I didn't have a single roach in my cell after moving. Also, his terrified screams make me wonder if he thought something other than a badly infested cell was the cause of this. Maybe he wasn't innocent. Can someone help me identify something I've been seeing? So, context. Ever since I was around 3-ish, I'm now 16, I've been seeing something that I've always called a witch. I'm pretty sure it's not that, but I do think it's something not usual. Since I was younger, I've always been able to see things until 4 years ago. But what I did see most often was a woman with long hair and no definable face. She had long fingers, she was skinny and pale too. I have 2 memories in particular about her. One was her reaching out of my old nursery room's doorway. All I could see was her arms. The second one was when I was really little. I kept seeing her in the dark, and I had a toy that would light up a small area, so I kept pressing it all night until the batteries died. The second one could most definitely be my imagination, but I don't understand why I'd imagine that. Now that leads me to last night. Like I said, the past 4 years I haven't seen anything. But now for some reason I've felt more connected to a spiritual side that I haven't in a while. And because of this, I've noticed a few things. One was the witch. I saw her in my bedroom last night, just next to my bed. Then I saw her crossing over to my bed. Next thing was seeing a rather tall ghost in the figure of a man standing over my friend. I didn't say anything, but I did find it very odd I'm seeing these things again now. Also, just additional info. The witch does not give me a good feeling to be around. I don't have any women family members that have recently died, and if it helps, I live in Maryland. Help. I'm either going crazy or my apartment is haunted. First, I thought it was a dream because my first week in the bedroom, I heard a female yell with surprise, "What are you doing here?" The next thing that happened is things will go missing for weeks at a time and pop up again in places I'm sure that I checked. Then I started seeing shadows dart across the corner of my vision. This week, she let out a scared scream at the foot of my bed like she was surprised with a gasp. I went back to bed, and then this thing slapped the foot of my bed so hard I felt the mattress dip next to my foot. I'll admit at this point I was more angry than surprised anymore, so I told her to cut that shit out. Big mistake, because before I wasn't sure I was being haunted because it always happened late at night, usually when I was almost always asleep, but yesterday she turned on this adult toy that I have. It's embarrassing, I know, but she turned it on, and I promise this isn't satire. I got up, turned it off, and even put the on button facing the ceiling in case maybe the button got pressed somehow. As soon as I set it back down, she turned it back on, and at this point, I was a little scared. So I turned it back off, tried to go back to bed, and she turned it on again. I threw it away at 4 a.m. to the dumpster on the street. I then tried to go back to bed, and I could hear breathing next to my bed. I then got this overwhelming feeling I was being stared at until 6 a.m. when I finally had to get up and basically get out of my bed anyway. I know it's a she because I've heard her voice, and it's always been scared like I shouldn't be here. I live in an army barracks, and suicide is very common. My theory is some girl took her life in the room. She doesn't know that she's dead. I didn't believe in ghosts before, because I've been taken to talking to her gently before I do things now. I'll tell her I'm about to turn on some music, or that she has a place to herself when I leave for work. I'm honestly hoping she just thinks I'm her roommate or something, because obviously this was her space. She isn't tracking that she's dead. She's never been violent or aggressive with me, but she has a habit of doing these things at the dead of night and terrifying me. I need advice on what to do with this because she's very real and she made me a believer, but I'd be lying if I said she doesn't scare me. Verbal encounter at Higgins Lake, Michigan. A few years ago, me and my mother-in-law took my sister and my sister-in-law's camping at South Higgins Lake Campground in Roscommon County. It's a beautiful campground surrounded by bright turquoise waters, with tiny twisted snail shells littering the white sand. We were set to stay a full week, and the first few days went by great. Each night I would stay awake outside the tent until it was late enough for all the fires to be out and the campground being completely dark, trying to see the less light-polluted night sky. I include this detail because I didn't have any fear while alone in that dark at all. Well, I went into the tent to find my mother-in-law still awake on her phone scrolling Facebook. We both have trouble sleeping. I lay down next to my sister and I'd look at her sleeping face on the phone. The tent was illuminated by this phone. My name had said out loud near my head, just outside the tent fabric, plain as day in a woman's voice. Abby. I ignored it mainly because I was like, there's no way I just heard that. Whatever. And then again, louder and sterner. Abigail. My mother-in-law immediately says, "Don't you hear that? Hello, hello." We both stayed quiet waiting for a response and nothing. One fact to know is it was so silent anyone who would have walked up to the tent would have been detected, and it sounded as close and as clear as someone kneeling on the ground, and speaking less than a foot from my head. We didn't feel, see, or hear anything again the rest of the trip. We both have had experiences with ghosts on our own time, so it wasn't too crazy, but the fact it could have said it while I was alone outside the tent still freaks me out to this day. If I were alone that day, I wouldn't expect anyone to believe me. Anyone else ever experience anything like that? Or have an idea as to what it could have been? Is there paranormal activity in my house? About a month or so ago, my dad went out for work. Me, my sister, and my mom. We were all downstairs and we heard a loud bang like someone had thrown something against the wall. I went upstairs to see nothing strange in any of the other rooms except mine. I have 4 Kirby figurine/toy things. I had moved and another had somehow ended up on the upper end of my bed. They were on a shelf by the lower part of my bed. I didn't think much of it in case it was wind, but when I looked down, and other things had fallen off my drawers and shelf as well, I I checked my window, nothing. Checked my other window in the house. None were open. Still, I thought nothing of it. A couple of days later, me and my family were playing games downstairs when again I heard another extremely loud bang. I went straight to my room. I have this heavy book about space, etc., and was on my bed on the lower part, and the shelf was above the upper part. Started thinking that this was strange, but didn't think any further into it. After these incidents, I started becoming more aware of things, and realized I've been hearing footsteps in the hallway in the attic, and my parents' room for most of my life. So I probably got used to it and ignored it, basically. There's also a walk-in wardrobe in my parents' room, which has a very obnoxious squeak when the door opens. I've been hearing it open and close when no one's in that room. The door is also hard to open. The bathroom light will also turn on randomly while everyone's asleep. My dad's encountered a shadow on the stairs when my mom and sister were out, and nearly immediately after he told me he felt dizzy and the air had become thick. My dad will believe something if there's no explanations. So once it had passed, I looked into it, couldn't find any real evidence because none of it aligned with our situation. The Black Fuzz. Hey guys, I wanted to tell the story that happened to me about 9 years ago that I still can't find an explanation to, or anything that could point me in any sort of direction. To me, this makes no sense to this day, but I post this in hopes that maybe one of you knows what this is, or maybe one of you had a similar experience. For context, I'm a 17-year-old female, and this happened to me in the state of Iowa. This particular town had a lot of history for paranormal experiences and homes that many couldn't spend a single night in because of the things that they would see and hear. I have always seen and heard things that non-believers would assume that I was making up or imagining. But luckily, my dad sees and hears them too, and he's always believed me. In this house, many things were wrong. Everyone knew this. Things would be thrown off the furniture, and you could hear someone falling down the stairs at night. The dining room chairs would be pushed around the kitchen, and so on. But what happened to me was not like the other activity going on in the house, which is why I still have no explanation. Okay, now, into the story. This happened to me every night in the large bedroom me and my little sister shared, who was 5 years old at that time. We slept in a king-sized bed together. She would always fall asleep first. I always laid there trying to fall asleep, and I'd stay as still as I could to relax, and eventually drift off. But every time I stayed still for an extended period of time, this little fuzz creature bug, I don't know, it would visit me. It looked like a teardrop, and it was black and fuzzy, and it moved very, very fast. It came up from under the covers and ran along my body, but the funny thing is I couldn't feel it, just see it. Every time I moved, it would panic, dash back under the covers. I got upset because I didn't know what it was or where it came from. It never hurt me, and it never made noise. I remember the last time I saw it. Over time, it began to come back. I would move and it would leave, but if I stayed still again, it would come back again. I figured if I stayed still and waited for it to run along my hand, I could catch it. So, when I stayed still and opened my eye, and when I saw it running along my arm, I pinned it with my thumb and pointer finger and studied it. It was very soft and almost felt like it was really kind of holding nothing. It was so light, but it was squirming like crazy. It was going insane trying to get away. I had no idea what to do. So I let go and it went back under the covers, never came back. After we moved states, I told this to my dad, and he sat there very perplexed and asked me to draw the creature, I guess you could call it. A black, teardrop-shaped, hairy but very wispy and 2 inches long. And to this day, neither of us have any idea what it is. So he asked me to investigate, so if any of you have any idea what this could be, let me know. I don't know, guys. For some reason, that scares me more than the ghosts. Maybe it's just because I have Well, pretty sure everybody would be terrified of a flying around black fuzzy thing in bed. Or it's just me. Grief makes you experience things. So this happened around 10 years ago when I was 15. My grandfather had passed away about 3 months prior, and my grandmother couldn't live in the house anymore on her own because of mobility issues. Now, important extra information. She told us several times that she'd see her husband laying in bed or standing in the bedroom at night after he passed. We always brushed this off a little bit. One of the last nights of us cleaning out the house, it was around 17:30, which is 5:30, by the way, guys, and getting dark outside. I was in my grandfather's old study, and the lights in the rest of the house were already off. I was getting some small things I wanted to keep, until out of nowhere I got these cold chills and a very strong feeling of being watched. I literally dropped everything and sprinted out of the house. My father said I was so pale it was like I'd seen a ghost. Grimacing face emoji. Then when I looked back at the study's window, I could swear I had seen the curtains to one side like somebody was holding them. My late father gave my mother his blessing when she remarried. Just a bit of background. My father passed in early 2015 from lung cancer. It understandably devastated us all. My mom worked through her grief and started dating again in 2016. After a few failed dates, she met my stepdad. They then went on to get engaged in 2017 and married in 2018. My stepdad's an incredible man who was very understanding and empathetic to my mom being a widower. Never made us kids feel like he was replacing our father. Truly grateful for him. On the morning of their wedding, my mom opened her closet to find a letter laying on the floor. The letter was written by my dad for one of his cousins a few weeks before he married my mom in 1993. This letter was over 20 years old. The letter talked about how he was excited to marry my mom, how much he loved her, how he couldn't wait to start a life with her. My mom has never seen this letter in her life. She had no idea it existed. Now, my mom is not materialistic and doesn't really hold sentimental attachments to items. She had moved twice by this time, had thrown out or gone through her belongings and tossed what she didn't want to bring with her. She would have known she had this letter, especially if it was being stored in her closet. Especially if it was being stored in her closet in the way that it could fall onto the floor on its own. I firmly believed that this was my dad telling my mom he approved of and was okay with her marrying my stepdad. Demonic activity. I wasn't too sure in which Reddit to ask about this. So if this isn't the most appropriate one, please drop a comment directing me. Thanks. At Paranormal M, you're in the right place for demons. Alright, so let me give you some background information. My fiancé and I are currently long distance and spend many hours on the phone, including sleep time. I'm there with her on the phone when she's sleeping, and vice versa. October 30th was when it all started. My fiancé began hearing her name whispered to her during her sleep, which caused her to wake up alarmed. Now, I would have probably dismissed it as something that happened on a dream or a nightmare if I hadn't heard something's but two, but before she woke up, I heard a voice speaking in the middle of the night to her and the call. A voice that I did not recognize. It didn't belong to any of her family members or friends. Soon after, she mentions the whispered call. Initially, we dismissed it, but it's been consistent. Started with whispers, then hisses, Then she mentioned feeling cold touches, and for the last 3 days she literally jumps awake with scratches on her arms. Fresh scratches, all done around 3 a.m. The first time it scratched her, she had 6 scratches on her arm, then another 3, and today another 3, all around the same area of the arm. They all happened during her sleep. It's impossible for her to have done them because I've been keeping an eye on that. She's literally sleeping when they take place. They jump her awake. It's worth mentioning that I also have a dream where I saw her, well, deceased, with this tall black figure looming over her. From previous experience as a Wiccan, I know that what I saw was a demon, and strongly believe that it may be the one taunting her during her sleep. Now, the complicated part. I recently learned that just before she was born, her mother had a miscarriage, a boy. His name was then passed on to her, and she's been informed by a practitioner that there's a possessive figure that's been with her since she was born, and that figure believes that they deserve her place in this world and take over her when she's more vulnerable. Now that you have an overview of what's happening, let me ask the questions. Is it possible that the tall black figure I've seen on 2 separate occasions is her miscarried sibling? What can she or I do to stop this sort of activity? It was pretty manageable until the scratches started happening, and she's quite distressed over them and doesn't sleep anymore. Can their return be prevented once they're gone? Dreams sent from the beyond. I have a semi-interesting story. For as long as I can remember, I've always had extremely vivid dreams, to the point of not being able to tell my real life from my sleeping one. As I got older, some of these dreams started to become premonitions. Some have come true days, weeks, or even years later. For example, 2 years prior to moving into another province, I had a dream about myself sitting in a small shack, legs up on a desk, looking at a fence with a giant truck coming in. I was wearing a construction onesie, an all-blue jumper, high-vis straps, steel-toed boots, and a hard hat. I was 20 at the time of this dream, and in my club and super girly mode. No way in hell would you ever catch me in that outfit. Lo and behold, 2 years later I moved to Alberta, started working at a refinery. I'm sitting at the desk, feet up on truck. Or sitting at the desk, feet up, comma. A truck pulls in, and now my dream hits me like a slap in the face. Now, to start the real story, I have to preface it with this point in time. I really only dreamt of my childhood home, obviously my safe space, as I lived in 5 homes after this and never dreamt of any of them. This dream happened in Alberta in a house I had only lived in at the time for roughly 6 months. I lived with my boyfriend at the time and his younger brother. We also had 2 cats and a dog. We lived in a 3-floor townhouse. Bedrooms upstairs, stairway was in the kitchen. Back about 10 feet from the base of the stairs was the back door to our parking spot. Then the living room entrance opposite the back door, but off to the side of the kitchen. So I go to bed, and the dream starts with my walking down the stairs into my kitchen. There's a pasta pot in the front burner of the stove, and it's on fire. I freak out because I have nothing to stop the fire, wake up from my dream. I walk out of my bedroom, look down the stairs, kitchen lights off, no lights at all coming from downstairs. So I go back to bed and fall asleep. At some point I fall back into the same dream. I'm walking down the stairs to my kitchen. The pasta pot is on the stove again, but now the entire stove, the wall behind it, are on fire. I feel the heat on my face. I panic trying to wake everyone up as my boyfriend's asleep upstairs. His brother is asleep in the basement. Trying to locate my animals, can't find anyone or anything. Wake up again. This time more frazzled. I walk out to the top of the stairs again. and all is still normal. I go to the bathroom, try to shake off the feeling of terror from that dream. I eventually fall back asleep, only to fall back into that dream for a third time. Now this time, I'm walking down the stairs and I can see before the base of it that the entirety of my kitchen is on fire. Red-hot flames are licking the walls, black smoke everywhere. Hurts to breathe. It's hot as hell. Get into the kitchen to see the same pasta pot in the stove. A wall of fire is blocking the living room door entrance, and my dog's on the other side of it barking like crazy, and I can't get to him. As I hit the floor, the stairs behind me were also set ablaze with both of my cats at the top of the stairs hollering. I can't save anyone. I want to run to the open back door as it's the only safe route to go, but my brain is like, oxygen. Blow the house up, what do I do? I woke up, sweating buckets, crying my eyes out. I leave my room to go check out the kitchen. Now there's a light on. I freak out and run downstairs. Guess what I find? My stovetop is on with the pasta pot from the front burner. All of the water had boiled off and it started to turn red. My boyfriend's little brother came home drunk from the club, tried to make food, but passed out in his room. My mom thinks it was basically my great aunt protecting me, as she had just passed away earlier that year. Part of me thinks I also may have some natural abilities for this, as it happened in the past, but never that instantly. I always said I don't believe in ghosts, but then I remembered the ghost I saw. I have something I can't explain away. This was probably 5 years ago while I was driving down North Carolina for my great-aunt's funeral. I left after work in Pennsylvania and drove down I-81. At midnight, I was just getting to Tennessee, was around the top of the mountain. I remember it was a full moon because I could see surprisingly well in a spot that's typically pitch black. As I started coming down the hill, I clearly saw a man riding a bicycle up the mountain on the left shoulder. I've biked on the interstate so much I'm not one to judge there, but he didn't have a front light, which seemed irresponsible to me, especially for someone biking against traffic. I looked in my rearview mirror as he passed to see if he at least had a backlight. He was completely gone. He hadn't crossed the road, wasn't on the other side of the median. Nothing. I looked back as I passed him, so I only lost sight for a moment. There weren't any exit ramps either. I've never checked whether a bicyclist was killed there once or anything because I barely knew where I was. I'm certain this part is a coincidence, but as soon as I got to the bottom of the mountain, I spent the rest of the night driving through a thick fog all the way to my destination. It was super spooky. Strange occurrence in Mesa, Arizona. Thoughts? Circling around the Mesa Community College Red Mountain campus, there is a nice little trail to follow. The area is a Sonoran desert. It's a nature preserve, and it's a nice walk to see the sunrise and watch all the animals coming and going. The trail curves near the intersection between McKillop's Road and Power Road. And there's a little grove of Palo Verde trees and cacti. I've walked past it many times, and often felt a little cold there, maybe a little uneasy, but I always chalked it up to being shadier and wetter, since the runoff from the monsoon seasons probably drained there. Not the only one who had felt it. My father-in-law walked the same trail a few weeks ago. I'd never mentioned that feeling, but he's confirmed that this particular stretch of trail has also made him feel off. Well, I walked the same trail today, and I was just warming up for a run. This was around 7:45 a.m. I happened to be wearing my Polar Beat heart rate monitor. I use this to track my target heart rate, and at the time I was also listening to a podcast on my headphones. I was having a nice morning, felt no particular stressors short of the usual, feeling fine. As I rounded the trail near the intersection between McKillop's Road and Power Road, I suddenly had a huge shift in my physiology. I've never had a panic attack before. I'd like to think I'm pretty level-headed. I've been an EMT and have a pretty good handle on my emotions. This was like nothing I'd ever felt before. In that same instant, the podcast I was listening to stopped without me pausing it. My heart started pounding in my chest so hard and sudden that I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Together with this was a slight sense of nausea. I felt pressure weighing down on my head and chest, and everything felt so heavy and dark, and it seemed like my legs didn't want to walk as well. I also thought I heard whispering, but it was like it was in the periphery, barely perceptible. Anything felt like it was kind of vibrating. My vision changed a little too. It felt like the world was twisted just slightly off in that spot. I kept walking and the feeling followed for a while, but eventually subsided. You can see on my heart rate tracing where it is. It shot from 90 to 140 within seconds, just shy of the 30-minute mark. And even though I was trying to speed up, I actually slowed down slightly. Another odd detail was I noticed a bunch of trash piled in the middle of the trail, which looked like it was done by people. Not sure if that was significant at all. This is the first time I've ever had any kind of experience like this that I would remotely associate with the paranormal. Love to hear your thoughts on what may have happened. I know there are plenty of stories of strange things that happen out in the Sonoran Desert. I'm curious if anybody's ever heard of something similar. Whatever it is seems to have a permanent residence out by these trees. Ask Reddit. When I was 11, my family moved to a very old house, built in the 1890s, I think. It was in a different state. The first night there, I didn't have many of my things unpacked yet. The TV wasn't hooked up, so I dragged out my keyboard and started to play. As I'm playing some terrible song I learned in music class, a chill goes down my neck. I look over to the window on the other side of the room and see my reflection. And an old woman is standing over me, her hands clasped in front of her. I booked it downstairs, screaming to my mom, but of course it was dismissed since I was a dumb kid. Over the 7 years I lived in that house, I saw her 3 more times. Once on the stairs, slowly descending and staring at me, and twice in the spare room catty-corner to mine, holding on a rack of clothes in the corner. Every single night I would hear the threshold creak, then footsteps going around my bed to the dressing room. It was, once again, an old house, so there was a tiny dressing room attached to the main room. And then back out. A few nights I woke up to a cold breath on my face. Come to find out, a woman died in that room in the 1960s of some sort of illness, but the room she usually stayed in was mine. I don't really believe in ghosts anymore, but damn if I can't explain the lady in that house. Ask Reddit. Mine is secondhand. My stepmom and my dad used to work opposite shift there for a while. He was on nights, her on days. They had a set of baby monitors from when my sister and I were babies. My dad said they could record short messages with them. They would leave them out on the coffee table for the other to hear when they got home from their shift. This went on for a bit. Then once their shifts lined up, they put the monitors away in storage. She died of cancer at a really young age. My dad had just gotten back from the funeral and was home alone. He spent that night going through their things, packing some of her stuff away. He said he had one of the baby monitors sitting out on the coffee table and it woke him up in the middle of the night. Woke him up with an old message going off on repeat that she had recorded. It said, "I love you, Mike. I love you, Mike." Over and over. My dad told me he just sat on the couch in the dark and listened to her message until the batteries died. A couple of weeks later, he had picked us kids up for the weekend. After my sister and I went inside, he said he was sitting on the porch smoking. and a strong gust of wind blew. He said he could smell her perfume that she always wore. It scared me hearing those stories as a kid, but now I can see the beauty and peace in those experiences. Ask Reddit. Number 3. This is probably going to get lost. My family's always had these gifts. From dreams of the future to seeing spirits. Shit's weird. Well, when my mother was pregnant, she had a dream about a boy. In the dream, she was holding a little boy with blue eyes and really curly hair. She believed that this is what I would look like. I had wavy hair and hazel eyes. Well, years later, I must have been 15 at the time, I was playing video games on my Xbox. We had a projector, and whenever the Xbox was off, the projector would go on a solid blue screen and search for an input. Well, I just turned off the Xbox, and all of a sudden the shadow of curly hair rose on the blue. It was as if somebody had stood up, and their hair blocked some of the projector. The problem was that I was sitting on a chair directly below the projector. Weirdly, I wasn't afraid. Well, 3 years later it's Christmas. My whole family were sharing their experiences. As it turns out, my brother saw the kid in a dream too. Sorry, it's not very distressing. I do have another though. At the time, my mom and dad and brother were outside fixing a pipe. While they're working on this pipe, I'm typing out a report. For some reason, all the lights in the house are off, including the room that I'm in. All of a sudden, I get a chill. I turn toward the doorway in the room. I see a sock slowly start to move from the other side of the doorframe. The sock looked as though a kid had stuck their hand in it to make a sock puppet. The sock puppet stopped, turned toward me, then slowly creeped out of view. The entire time I was petrified with fear. I don't think I even breathed. That messed me up for a little bit. So I grew up in Brazil, in a suburban area. Oh, by the way, ask Reddit number 4. So I grew up in Brazil, in a suburban area. In my house lived me, my parents, and my younger brother. The house was one of those wooden houses that made creaking sounds when you walked. I was 15, my brother 11 at the time. I would consider myself to have always been attuned to paranormal things. I had seen ghosts when I was very young, had many cases of predicting near future, reading people's minds, and once I swear some form of telepathy. I had a sixth sense. I had most of my life felt lightly uncomfortable about my house. I didn't know why. A heavy aura. And in the months leading to this event, it became much stronger. Nightmares were a little more frequent at night. I felt a constant unease as it became darker. Coincidentally or not, my brother had begun to sleepwalk. It was freaky. My mother had told me, but I hadn't seen it happening until about a week before the event. My mother and I were watching a movie in the living room. My dad had gone to bed, so did my brother. Suddenly I saw by the corner of the eye that my brother had quickly gone from his bedroom to the toilet opposite his room. But he didn't turn on the lights. A few seconds after my mom went there and walked him back to his bed. He was sleepwalking. From the couch I could see into my brother's room and half of his bed. A few minutes after he had gone back to bed, suddenly he sits up, really stiff, turned to look in our direction. His eyes were wide open. Not moving, not blinking. I poked my mom and pointed at him. Wasn't afraid. I think, but I was a little spooked. My mother started going in his direction, but he laid down again. That was it for that night. A week passed. I remember even telling my mates at school about how freaky my brother was sleepwalking. I went to bed and the feeling of unease had grown so much that I couldn't sleep myself. My room was next to my brother's. My door was open, and one dimmed light stayed on overnight in the corridor that connects all 3 bedrooms. I couldn't stop looking at my door. I was really alert. Something wasn't right. It was probably near midnight, and I still couldn't sleep when I heard my brother's bed creaking. In my mind, I thought, not again. Somehow I had now this fear that my brother could hurt me while sleepwalking. But the floor was all floorboards, and even being the ninja I was at sneaking quietly out of my bedroom at night to watch TV, I knew that if somebody walked, especially in my brother's room, the floor would make noise. I knew around the whole house where I could and could not step if I wanted to be quiet. It was impossible to get out of my brother's bed without making any noise. In the middle of the night, any tiny sounds felt much louder, and I felt comfort that my brother didn't seem to be getting out of his bed. But the air had gone colder, tense, scary. I pulled my blankets close to my face, and I could just see the door. I couldn't take my eyes off of it for some reason, until a black transparent smoke, for lack of a better way to describe it, quickly passed by my door, coming from my brother's room toward the living, dining, and kitchen. It covered the whole door for a second. The door was large, larger than most new doors nowadays. I froze. I got so scared and was hoping I could just wake up from this nightmare. First, it was dead silent, but that didn't last long. Heavy stomping began to come from behind the living room. I was a strong teenager, 1.85 meters, which is like 6 feet. And I know even I could not stomp that hard with all my strength. Couldn't believe my parents weren't waking up. It stopped. Not sure if it was to my relief or meaning it was about to do something else. I was scared. It then began alternating between similar to chains being tossed and dropped. To me, it felt like it kept going for like 15 minutes. I didn't know what to do. Never been that scared in my life. Suddenly, just as it started, it stopped. Seconds later, I see my mother walking past my room, coming from hers, my brother's bedroom toward the kitchen. I hid in my blankets, and she didn't see I was awake. A few minutes later, she returns, with my brother. But my brother never went that way. There was no other way. Only the smoke passed my door. I was 100% sure. Nevertheless, the sight of my mother must have calmed me down. After a while, I managed to fall asleep. Next day. This is in the middle of the week, Thursday, I think. For the first time ever, my uncles, aunties, and grandmother came to my house in the middle of the week. Not even for dinner. They're all talking in the dining room while me and my brother watched TV. I got intrigued considering what happened last night, and I was trying to eavesdrop on them. They were also being unusually quiet. I tried and tried, then I heard it. ... Ghost ... That was it. I had to join that conversation. But as I went towards them, they quickly noticed and clearly changed subject. My mother asked me what did I want. I asked what they were talking about. She tried to brush it off, but I continued with, "Is it about the ghost last night?" They all got caught by surprise. My mom asked me what did I know about it. I told her what I had seen and what I had heard. They were surprised. They didn't know about that. My mother then told me what happened after I saw her that night before. She said she walked into the dining room, into the kitchen. All the lights were off. That when she turns the kitchen light on, there's my brother, waking. I believe they mean walking. Trying to walk toward the kitchen sink, with one drawer open and many knives on the bench, one in his hand. His eyes were open wide and he didn't respond. She approached him, took the knives away, gave him a hug, gently pulled him towards a chair where she sit him and just put him on her lap. She attempted to talk to him with no success, then guided him back to his bedroom. He lay down quietly and slept. She went back to her bed and fell asleep. But my mother looks at me and says, that wasn't all that happened that night. After she went back to sleep later, both my parents woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. Their door was half open, and both of them say they see a large black smoke enter their room and move next to their bed. My mother says she became mute. She couldn't speak. She tried to scream, but nothing. Her arms and legs, however, were swinging at it, trying to push it away to no success. My father said the opposite happened to him. He was paralyzed, his body stuck to the bed, but he never screamed so loud in his life. That smoke hovered over the bed for a few moments, and then just left the room. Within a few seconds, my father said he could now move. He jumped from the bed to check on me and my brother, and we were both sleeping. He said he checked all the windows and all the doors, and all were locked. He went back to the bed, but they couldn't sleep again that night. This is why my family had come to my house. My parents were scared. My grandmother had brought holy water to bless the house. I think it was pointless, honestly. The reason I didn't say anything before was because after that night, the same morning the heavy aura I used to feel in the house was gone. My brother never slipped or sleepwalked again. It was as if something was building up and then went off with a blast, with all of its energy used in that last event. We lived in that house for another 3 years before moving overseas. During that time, I had some minor sixth sense type of situations, but nothing like that ever happened again. Hope you guys enjoyed those stories this evening, or afternoon, or morning, or whatever time you may be hearing this. I appreciate you guys, and it was always a pleasure, and see you later. Hopefully tomorrow. Greetings from the mysterious depths of Paranormal M. Get ready to uncover the secrets of the paranormal world with our riveting tales and spine-chilling encounters. Leave us a like, drop a comment. Helps us out. And subscribe, so that way you'll be the first to witness our latest eerie discoveries. Laundry Room Ghost. To begin with, my family moved to our new home in West Texas after moving away from Central Texas since we wanted to be closer to my grandparents and our other family members. We found a house and have been living here for about 2.5 years already. However, ever since I first saw the house, I didn't really like it. The house was extremely dark. Even when we opened the blinds, the atmosphere was also really oppressive. I felt weirded out from the moment that we moved in. The first paranormal incident that happened was when I was taking a shower in my parents' bathroom, since the hallway bathroom didn't work yet. In the middle of my shower, the living room television turned on by itself with the volume on full blast. I was alone, so it freaked me the hell out, especially since no one had watched TV since the day before, and it was already late afternoon. Things were fine for a while, until one day my mom was washing clothes in the laundry room, and when she turned around, she saw a girl dressed in white, with her hair over her face, standing right behind her. At the time, I was in bed with a broken leg, but I heard her scream my name. She rushed to my room and told me what happened. Later that day, my sister came over and said she saw the girl walk from the laundry room to the kitchen the day before, but she assumed it was my mom. A couple of days after that incident, we came home to see our furniture in disarray, yet nothing was missing. None of the locks were messed with. Even my niece's cribs were turned upside down with such force that their sheets were everywhere. Another time I was studying for my final, and I heard loud stomping right behind my computer chair, like someone was right behind me. I was too terrified to move, so I spent the night at my desk with all the lights on. My brothers also heard the stomping late at night as well. There are also unexplained mists that used to appear. I saw a cloud of mist above my parents' bed while I was putting towels in their bathroom. I didn't feel scared, so I assumed it was my great-grandmother checking in on us. After all that, my aunt blessed the house. Things have been relatively quiet in the rest of the rooms except for the laundry room. That laundry room has the same oppressive atmosphere that the house had in the beginning. It's really dark despite the window. Once while I was doing my laundry, I heard and felt something slam against the door that was behind me. It was as if someone had slammed their fist against it in a rage. I immediately ran out of there, went to my grandparents' house. Recently, there hasn't been that much activity besides the sound of stomping late at night and things falling off shelves in the laundry room. Ask Reddit. There is a place called Meadowbrook Manor in Rochester Hills. It's my hometown. It's on the campus of Oakland University. It was owned by the Dodge family. Quite a few people have died there, including young. My buddy worked there for years, and my wife hosts events there. I even proposed to her on the property. The house is both beautiful with stuff like secret staircases through bookshelves, but it's also very creepy. There are a few known ghosts, including Caramel Apple Girl. The story is she's a young, quiet ghost that lives in the house and holds a caramel apple with peanuts. Numerous people have claimed to see her, including my best friend, who is a no-bullshit guy. He was cleaning up at the end of an event there, and he saw a girl on the staircase eating a caramel apple. He asked her, "You okay?" And she said that she was lost. My buddy said, "Hold on, we'll find your parents, so come on down." He turned to grab a phone for a moment, turned around, and she wasn't there. He checked the stairs, and the peanuts were there. He and a few others roamed the house looking for the girl. He called me, and I drove over real quick because I thought this was kind of awesome. After another 30 minutes of searching, we finally called the police, and the employees locked the place up. When we were on the side of the house chatting with the university police officers, a light turned on in one of the bedrooms. We immediately freaked out because that house has been searched for hours. My buddy looks at the two cops, they look at us, and we're all figuring out who's going to do what. The cop starts walking over, stops, looks at us, and says, "Fuck that." Because he had heard the stories. He called in a bunch of backup before searching, and apparently there were no peanuts on the stairs when they went in. Dorm Demon. My sister is currently in her 3rd year of college. She shares a dorm with 3 other people. We'll call them Abby, Beth, and James for privacy reasons. This only happened about an hour ago. I'm still shaking as I write this. Abby's at home, Beth is out shopping, and James is alone at the dorm. The dorm has always been strange. It's had doors closed by themselves. They've heard footsteps and knocking on doors while nobody's being there. Just about an hour ago, James had heard the front door of the dorm open and close, accompanied with footsteps, as if someone had just come in, most likely Beth. He went out to greet them, but nobody was there. James turned around and saw Beth's door slowly closing. He peeked his head inside. She wasn't there. Then he went and checked all the other rooms in the house, still nobody. Obviously freaked out, James went into his room and closed the door behind him. It was fine for about 5 minutes. Then he heard knocks on his door. No, it wasn't the pipes. It was his door. James jumped up, swung the door open, but still nobody to be seen. Terrified, James locked the door and put a rosary bead on the hook of his door. Ultimately, it didn't stop there. The beads were swinging side to side like a metronome for 5 minutes. They didn't stop until he grabbed them. The This part is what made my stomach sink. I'd never believed in ghosts up until this point. James had heard my sister's tap suddenly turn on in her room at full power. He went into her room and sure enough, it was definitely on. He quickly turned it off, went back to his room. Nothing has happened since. Bought 2 dolls at the thrift store. I'm new to this community. Came here for some advice. I currently work at a thrift store. I saw these 2 clown polyester dolls. For some reason, I felt very connected to them and I just wanted them. I'm not necessarily a very spiritual person. I ended up buying them and left them in my car for a few days. Since then, my tire pressure became low. At least the symbol popped up. Come to today. I was working an 8-hour shift. My coworker came up to me and let me know that my car lights were on. I was very concerned because I was hoping my car battery wasn't dead. Then I came to the realization that I knew for a fact that my car lights were off. 1, my lights turn off automatically. Didn't even have them on in the first place. 2, my coworker confirmed that when he pulled into the parking lot, he parked next to me, that my lights were not on. 3, I was looking out the window watching my supervisor to make sure that she got her car safe because it was dark and I would have noticed if my lights were on. I walked out to go turn off my lights, my coworker, and returned. Later, when I got in my car to go home, it was freezing. I live down south, and the lowest today was around 70. Not sure if it was a spirit asking to let it out of the car or just coincidences. Any advice would be heavily appreciated. Another thing is that I can't find the brand of these dolls or who made them. Also tried Google image search. Nothing. A few of my experiences. Recently, I've had a couple strange experiences at home, so I thought I'd list what strange encounters I've had over the last few years, and wonder if anybody has had anything similar. Bit of a backstory. When I was young, I was intrigued by the ghosts and stuff. But as I got older, I realized there's usually a reason behind certain encounters. I find myself more of a skeptic. Anyways, first off, when I moved into my new house, we borrowed the in-laws' stepladder for curtains and pictures. After using it, I stood it up at an angle against the wall. During the night, I heard the ladder open and close again. I fell back to sleep and remembered when I woke up. Second one was probably a year-ish later. I was half asleep. I sleep front down. I was in bed and I felt somebody run across the bottom of the bed and over my legs. I quickly spun around. Obviously, nothing was there. Not long after that, I was in the bathroom. It's downstairs, just off the kitchen. And I heard my partner walk down the stairs and stand in the kitchen. Then there was silence. I went out to check what she was doing. She was still in bed. So I set my iPad up just to record a video and went back into the bathroom. Came back out a few minutes later. Nothing on the video, but the audio was just really loud static. Now to the most recent ones. Over the weekend, I was watching TV on the sofa. Had a bag of crisps and let the empty bag on the footstool. I fell asleep on the sofa and felt like someone punched me in the chin. Bit my tongue super hard. Put it down just twitching in my sleep. Then I fell back asleep again, and I heard what sounded like someone running over the footstool, and they stepped quite loudly on the crisp packet. Then yesterday, falling asleep in bed, I felt somebody physically punch me right in the center of my back. It was a very strange feeling being half asleep and in bed and then having my back hit like that. Anyway, these are the strange encounters I've had at home. anyone had anything similar? It's not a constant thing. We've been here over 5 years, and this is it. Strange happenings. I bought my house in 2016. 9 months later, it burned down. No one was hurt, but the house was a complete loss. I rebuilt it with just a few modifications. Didn't think much of it, just one of those life things that suck. After we moved back in, strange things began to happen. Flickering lights were one of the first things, but it's just gotten stranger. One day my husband and I woke up and there were claw marks in the sheets between us. I started getting scratches on my back. My husband doesn't have long fingernails, neither do I. Plus, some were in areas I can't reach easily. I got strange circular contusions on my stomach. The dermatologist couldn't find anything wrong, and he suggested that I scratched myself in perfect circles that looked like cigarette burns. Several times there have been strange puddles of water in the kitchen. Once the water was actually dripping from the ceiling beams. There's no pipes in that ceiling. I asked my daughter if she had spilled anything. She hadn't. Due to the wooden interior, the ceiling and the bedroom floor are the same wood. My husband had a large bait tank in the basement. One weekend we went out of town. When we came home, all the water was gone and the fish were dead. There was no water or wetness in the basement. We're talking 100 gallons, just gone. My husband got the dead fish out, threw them in the woods, and then cleaned the tank. The next day, there were about 20 fish in the tank. One day, he fell asleep in his chair with his iPad on his lap, and he woke up when the iPad hit him in the head and fell back into his lap. Several times, the house has started creaking very loudly. This creaking can go on for 20 or 30 minutes. I guess it could be settling creaking, but I've never experienced this kind of creaking in any other house for this duration. I've seriously thought the house was going to collapse on me. One day my husband was working in his shop in the basement. He heard some people talking loudly upstairs. Thought my daughter was home with a friend. We came up a few minutes later, no one was here. When asked later, my daughter hadn't been home all day. Then there's my daughter's dog that just stares into the corner from time to time. I saw something when I was a kid. When I was in elementary school, I lived in a house that creeps me from the day one. I never felt comfortable there. I always felt like I was being watched. I refused to even sleep in my own room because my room gave me extremely bad vibes. I cannot explain why I felt so uncomfortable in that house so immediately, but the vibes were completely off. My animals also reacted poorly to the house. My dogs would bark and growl at nothing and would stand over me at the night, as if they were protecting me from something. Sometimes I'd hear weird things and the dogs would also react, so I knew it wasn't just me. When I was around 9, I was sitting in the living room, sitting on the floor, playing some toys, and I was watching TV. My grandma was passed out in the chair near me. I heard something, thought it was my dog. Turned to look at the hallway. I saw a tall black shadow figure move from the hallway across the living room right in front of me and through the side door to the side patio. I was extremely freaked out and ran off to go look for my dogs. They were in the backyard, so the sound couldn't have been them, and nobody else was in the house. I often slept in the guest room for some reason. Felt safer than my own room. The window in the guest room overlooked the side patio that the shadow figure went through the door to. Almost every night without fail, My dogs would bark and growl at that window and stand over me or lay directly on me, as if they were protecting me from something. After this incident, I didn't feel truly safe anywhere I slept. I would be up most of the night, too creeped out to fall entirely asleep. Other things happened in this house too, but that was most notable for me as it was the first time I saw something unexplainable. I was not asleep, never had sleep paralysis. I do not have schizophrenia. What I saw completely changed how I viewed the world. I've had a lot of unexplainable experiences since then, but this one shaped my beliefs in a major way. I heard a voice, but I was completely alone. When I was a freshman in high school, I decided to move in with my mom. She was moving to a different city with her boyfriend and my siblings, and I was ready for a change of pace from where I'd been before. We moved into a nice 3-bedroom in town and settled in well. At first, it didn't take long for us to start noticing some odd things happening around the house. The atmosphere in the house always felt a bit off. Me, having been more skeptical at the time than I am now, chalked it up to everyone adjusting to our new blended family and a new way of life. Didn't take long for me to start having doubts, though. We'd hear weird thumps in the walls at night, find cabinets opened that were previously closed, little odd things that could maybe be chalked up to explainable phenomenon, but altogether definitely gave everyone the creeps. On a few occasions, my family members claimed to have seen or heard something unexplainable. My little brother told us that he saw the apparition of a child turning his TV on and off and messing with his toys. He barely slept that night and was anxious about sleeping in his room alone for a few weeks after. My mom said she saw a shadow figure standing at the entrance to her room on several occasions. She usually left her door open as to be able to hear us. And several times she said that she had woken up to see a tall shadow figure standing in that doorway. Her boyfriend also had a weird experience. He was extremely skeptical, but this spooked him too. There was a time that they were on the phone and he asked my mom where she was. She responded that she was in her room. She had been watching TV but turned it off to take his call. He said it sounded like there were other people in the room talking, but there were not. It was just her. He said it was like several whispers, not super quiet, but loud enough to be able to make out what they were saying. It was very strange. I'm not sure myself if there's a logical explanation for it, but it definitely spooked them both a little, and he started kind of taking us a bit more seriously when we mentioned weird things happening at home. A few months into living there, I found myself home alone for the weekend. My brother was off to his dad's, my stepsis was camping with a friend a couple of hours away. My mom had gone off to see her boyfriend, who was out of town for work a few hours away. While it was offered to me to go somewhere else or to come with her, I declined. Having the whole house to myself for the weekend sounded like a dream. I could cook and take care of myself just fine. I wasn't a wild teen in the slightest, so my mom wasn't worried about me getting into trouble. I saw my mom off and locked up the house for the weekend, excited for the weekend of me time. I was sitting at the dining room table drawing in my sketchbook, the house empty, completely silent, when I heard a few weird thumps in the hallway. It jump-scared me a little since I was so focused, but I brushed it off and continued with what I was doing. The house was totally silent again for a moment. Suddenly I heard a voice go, "Hey!" From down the hallway. The tone of voice was kind of like it was trying to grab my attention or call me over. It sounded extremely similar to my sister, despite her being hours away. That really freaked me out. Ran into my mom's room in a panic and grabbed the metal bar that she kept by her bed. I dialed her up and luckily she answered me quickly. I start telling her what happened while I'm slowly making my way toward the hall. peeking in all the rooms with my bat at the ready. Needless to say, I didn't find anything or anyone of any of the rooms in the house. I checked under all the beds and the closets everywhere. Now extremely unsettled, I sat in the backyard for at least an hour talking to my mom while I calmed down. The rest of my weekend was okay, albeit very tense as I was now super spooked. The only other time I've heard such a clear voice, I was living in a different place with my mom. Once again, home alone. I was 18 or 19 at the time. I was just up in my room, my dog laying on the floor next to me, and my cat cuddled up on my lap while I was reading a book. The doors were locked. Nobody else was around. I heard what sounded like a child's voice call my dog's name from downstairs. At first, I thought I was going nuts. Spider on my foot. First, I thought I was going nuts. But all of my animals reacted to the voice, so I know what I heard was real. My dog, however, did not go after the voice. Instead, he got up, peeked out of my bedroom door, then turned right around and hopped in the bed with me. Whatever it was, I don't think he liked it. Once again, I checked the whole house and even looked outside. Nobody was home, nobody was outside, no TVs were on. There's no explanation for what I heard. In both instances where I heard a voice, I wasn't asleep or even laying down. It was the middle of the day. I don't have any mental disorders that would cause auditory hallucinations. Never experienced sleep paralysis. I have had times where I was asleep or half asleep and woke up because I swore I heard my name being called. I'm a very light sleeper, and I'm easily woken by sounds. But in every instance of this, nobody in my home was calling for me, and I very clearly heard my name because I was asleep or almost asleep though. I'm not including these stories in this post, as there's possibilities that, it just could have been a dream. Experiences of my mom, a nurse. So my mother was a nurse for many years, 20 plus. We lost her 8 years ago. She spent many of those years working in nursing homes, an obviously people place where people pass away. Death wasn't foreign to her, and she had some pretty cool experiences. The first that comes to mind was seeing the Grim Reaper. Her and her friend both claimed to have seen it, but it didn't look like a skeleton in a cloak and a scythe. Apparently it would change appearance. Most of the time it would appear as a tallish man in an old-time clothing, all black with a tall black hat like Lincoln's, but not as tall. Or it would just appear as a little girl, almost looked like Shirley Temple. Whichever form, they'd always see it at night walking down a hallway, usually right before a patient would pass away. Another experience convinced my mom that there is indeed an afterlife. She was caring for an old lady. Shortly before, she passed a peach-colored light that seemed to emanate from the wall at the head of her bed, but my mom said there was no lights on in the room that could create that kind of colored light. The light faded away just as the lady slipped away. There were also plenty of times when she'd hear things like conversations, but she worked night shift when everyone was asleep. She would try to look to see if anybody was there, but nope, no one. Girlfriend saw something standing over me while I slept. So I live with my girlfriend. Recently spent 4.5 days in the hospital due to kidney stone blocking my kidney from draining. They put a bag in until I could get the stone removed. Due to having this bag, the rube sticking out of me, I've been sleeping on the couch since I got home. Well, a few days after I got home, one morning my girlfriend was getting ready for work. She was getting dressed, and from the bedroom door you can see the couch lengthwise, so she can clearly see me asleep. She tells me out of the corner of her eye that she thinks she saw someone standing by the couch. When she looked, she basically only saw me laying there asleep. Shortly after turning her head back, she again gets a peripheral image of someone standing up. She thought I'd gotten up, so she turned to talk to me. It was a shadowish figure. She thought it was an older man. She said that she didn't feel anything negative or bad coming from it, but it basically faded into the dark background. I believe in ghosts, but I don't just jump to conclusions. So I did ask her how certain she was that she saw something standing over me, that she wasn't half asleep still. She replied, nope, she was wide awake. She just basically showered just before this. I know it isn't the dark playing tricks on her eyes. She turns the light in the room on when she's getting clothes, and I usually fall asleep with the TV on so it's not pitch black in the living room. She definitely seems dead certain she saw what she saw. So far, this has only occurred once. Never experienced anything direct or something that couldn't be explained, like being in the back bathroom or hearing what sounds like someone entering the front of the house. Ask Reddit. I worked overnight security, one of the largest, best, and oldest hospitals in the U.S. My fellow security officers and I have stories about one building in particular, but the one that I'll tell is the one that happened to me. Backstory for this building. Built in the late 1800s, it was the original psychiatric building for this hospital. Now, being the late 1800s, not much was truly known about psychiatric disorders. On top of that, this hospital was known for its medical research. With both of those facts combined, you can infer that some terrible shit was done to one of these misunderstood psych patients in this building. A couple of years before I started working security, this building had been converted into offices after a newly built part of the hospital dedicated a section for an updated psych ward. My story. My rounds for that night happened to include said building. At night, this building was empty, due to recently being converted into offices, and the drones who worked there wanting to leave promptly at 1700 hours, if not earlier. That's 5 o'clock. In some of their haste, they left their office doors unlocked, which is a big no-no due to medical information being located in their offices. It was our duty to go to each floor and make sure every door was locked, and if it wasn't, to secure it ourselves. I did my initial sweep of the building to make sure it was clear. Nobody in the building, And I proceeded to do my door checks. The hallways were pretty narrow, so I could check both sides of the hallway doors at once. At the end of this hallway, there were 2 sets of doors that you had to go through to reach the final office, which was a dead end. Everything was secure. Awesome. Time for the next floor. I exited the 2 sets of doors from the dead-end office and stood absolutely frozen from what I saw. Every door open, set perfectly so their own weight wouldn't cause them to shut again, and one wheelchair at the end of said hallway facing toward the steps. I had heard other security officers outright reject that set of rounds due to the strange stuff happening there. I used to laugh it off until that night happened. Never took those rounds again. Ask Reddit. So I live in the Midwest, and the shit that goes on around my house, pretty messed up. Never really said it out loud, but no one ever went in the woods behind the house. It was like an unspoken rule. Even inside the house with the windows facing the woods, my parents only closed those curtains for that specific window. To the right of my house is a very large field we used to plant corn or soybeans for our farm. And behind our house, miles of woods. Our neighbors live about a 15-minute drive away. So we're separated by a lot of miles. I remember growing up as a kid, and me and my sister and brother would play this game called Ghost in the Graveyard. It's basically hide and seek, but it was in our long driveway and front yard, and you played at night. I remember one July when I was 9. Me and my cousins were playing Ghost in the Graveyard. One older cousin was kind of a jackass, wanted to play in the woods because it was quote-unquote scarier. And us being kids and me being the youngest, well, we played in the woods. The whole thing felt so off. I hid behind this massive tree right next to the field. We had flashlights, but you had to turn them off in order to hide. So I was sitting in the pitch dark. The only thing I could really see was the field next to me. 1 second you could hear crickets, owls, and frogs, and then it went super silent. About 5 minutes into waiting to be found, it began to smell like literal sewage, like shit, and rotten meat were mixed into a blender. So I stood up, looked for my cousin, turned my flashlight on. I remember gagging as I walked. It smelled so bad. As I walked, there weren't any noises or anything that scared me. I just felt like something was following me. So naturally, 9-year-old me started crying, running, calling out for help. My cousin found me. We were yelling for other kids to come back to the house because we were done playing. No one responded, so we went in the house to grab the adults to tell everybody to come inside. We grabbed my dad, and he came outside and yelled for everybody to come back inside. There was no rustling or even a response. So my dad grabbed his flashlight, went out and helped us look. Eventually all of the adults came out to look because we had no idea where the kids were. Everyone started panicking. My dad pulled out his truck, got his deer spotlight, see if we could find them along the trail. We stayed out looking for them for about 5 hours. Finally, we found the first kid. Nothing happened to him, but he would have had to take a car to wander out as far in the woods as he was. It was miles. Same with the other kids that we began to find by morning. Each kid had the same story. They heard our voices calling from the farthest side of the woods, opposite to where our house was. They were trying to get away from the smell. Now on Thanksgiving, we always talk about it, and even thinking about the smell now makes me gag. Dream Demon Thing. So last year, I have a terrifying nightmare. I was wondering if you all thought it had meaning. In the dream, I woke up in my room with a black cat by me in my bed. It was nighttime. It felt incredibly real and I could feel everything. The curtains were open as my room has a slight ray of moonlight. But in the corner was pitch black. I looked on in fear as I saw a figure standing there. The air felt so cold, and the bodies of the dead floated around them like satellites to a planet. The creature talked to me and said their name was Baldebiris, or something like that. Hard to spell, but sounded like Balbadiris. After introducing himself, he told me what he had planned for me. I forget, but it was terrifying. He then slowly floated toward me as the room seemed to get colder and colder. Eventually, when he reached the moonlight, the cat turned into what I could only describe as Athena with her sword and shield and protected me, stopping him and waking me up. What is the scariest thing you've ever experienced at your home? I have a few. First, I was not made aware of this until the following morning. But my mom's friend had apparently been outside when she noticed a man standing outside the gate of our house, parallel to the window of my bedroom. I said house weird because they wrote hose. I don't have a weird house accent. Sorry. He was just standing and staring. But when he noticed her, he took off. No more mentions, thankfully, but still unnerved. Next, on at least 2 separate occasions, been talking to my mom when I see a child-sized shadow figure dart past behind her. At first, I thought it was one of my nieces. But they were either not in the house or elsewhere. Verified by my mom, who checked direction, saw the figure go, her room. Oh my God. It's a giant huntsman spider crawling around my feet. This is the worst story of the bunch. I'm interrupting it very much. But that thing's not crawling on me. Where was I? It's probably worth noting that I had an older sister pass away as a baby, and her ashes are in my mom's room. So that was what I tend to chalk it up to, making it less concerning than the first incident. Last, once my mom had told me that she had gotten up to use the washroom, and on their way back, passed by my room, which had the door open and I was sitting up in my bed. She told me to lay down. Apparently I turned to look at her before doing as she said. I don't remember this, and I don't sleepwalk. What is following me? For many years of my life, I've been followed by something. Tonight I'm at my wit's end and I'm reaching out hoping somebody has an idea. When I was around 8, I had my first encounter. All that happened was I felt a hard grasp on my shoulder. No one was there. When I was about 15 was the next major encounter in a different house. Up until then, there was the occasional weird occasion in life feeling like being watched, but when I was 15, I was chatting with a friend over the phone. It was like 1 a.m, I think. It felt off. So for context, I had a grate next to my bed that leads into the room for insulation. But anyways, I got out of bed because I felt weird and I saw a figure of a person in the street. But its shadow was significantly longer than it should have been. Reaching all the way down the street, despite the light shining almost right behind it, I panicked, went back to bed but noticed the grate was moved. With just this empty room open, I quickly put the gate back on the opening and looked out to the street. The figure was just gone. That was it for that night. But as I keep going, a couple months ago, at my current apartment, I dreamed an out-of-body experience where I saw the figure standing in the corner of the room watching me and my girlfriend sleep. She also said that she had a similar dream. A few weeks later, I got this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I left my apartment to pick up my brother from work after dark. Felt the paranoia the whole way there. Once I parked, while waiting, I looked up from my phone and for a split second, I saw it in the side mirror watching from behind my car. It was like a gray-skinned, bald humanoid with pale, yellow eyes, no mouth. Today I had a similar anxious feeling. I just want ideas of what this could be. A black figure without depth. Okay, this is quite a bizarre tale. But about a year ago, my girlfriend and I were driving around our city late at night. As the clock approached 3 a.m, thought it would be a good idea to take a short walk around the cemetery not far from where we were at that moment. We drove to the cemetery entrance and parked the car. Instead of heading directly to the cemetery, we begin at the memorial site. Why, when I read ghost stories, do all the weird noises start. We drove to the cemetery entrance and parked the car. Instead of heading directly to the cemetery, we began at the memorial site where my girlfriend felt a bit uneasy. Not because there was anyone else like us at the cemetery at this time. We were alone. Rather, she mentioned feeling certain energies. This continued for a while at various places along the cemetery. I didn't find it strange, just uncomfortable being at the cemetery at this time, but nothing abnormal. After a while, we went to the chapel where there were things to maintain the cemetery, I would guess. We circled it, started walking back towards the car. After about 20 to 30 meters, my girlfriend and I stopped because we saw something. What we saw didn't quite match each other. We both saw a figure in a human form, but I saw a woman with long hair in the profile. And she saw a man with a coat and a hat moving sideways away from us. But the movement was odd, almost as if it lifted its knees unusually high. It was completely black, like Vanta black, almost as if it were animated. No contrasts anywhere suggesting it could be a person in their clothes, but not transparent either, like a cloud or a shadow. It had no depth, not even 3 dimensions. The only way I can describe what we saw is by likening it to the 2-dimensional person filled entirely with Vanta black. After spotting it, we both panicked, terrified, and started running for our lives back to the car. Fortunately, we managed to get back to the car and home without any problems. For you guys listening and don't know what Vanta black is, it's a Pantone color. A Pantone color is a color it's a printable color, a color that's usable in real life if you wanted to print shirts or things like that. Weird life? Cursed? My life is like a story. So many things that seem out of the ordinary to me. Or maybe it's just life itself. I would love to hear everybody else's opinion on it. So here we go. Get your popcorn. A year after my grandma passed at age 5, I had an eerie half-dream, half-awake experience. I saw my body by the window, and after re-entering it, woke up to unexplainable yellow light and a haunting sound. Terrified, I feigned sleep until the light touched my hand, revealing the visitor as my grandma. The encounter is both frightening and comforting, with vivid details etched in my memory. Following the dream, I persistently told friends and family about our supposed move to Georgia when I was just 5, despite having no understanding of the place. Surprisingly, we did end up moving, and it turned out to be the best decision my mom ever made for us. Also, I don't know how y'all feel about sleep paralysis, but I've been having them for years and it became a norm. The opportunities and accomplishments I've experienced here wouldn't have been possible in our original location. Despite the inevitable challenges of relocating, both financially and emotionally, our family faced, they paled in comparison to the events of January 1st, 2023. On that day, my mom passed away in a car crash. It's tough, but the eerie thing is she told my stepdad the day before that she had a bad feeling about this year, thinking that it would be the worst. She was scared, but she was right. This was the worst year. I also should mention a week before she passed, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. My mom had a tough life, but she always made things work. My own life was pretty good. I got to do my dance class, had food on the table, went out. Yet there were times when my mom struggled. It seemed like nothing ever went right for her. I felt bad seeing it. It was like there was a constant cloud of bad luck over her. I could sense it. We even lost our home 2 years ago. I had to stay with family. It took her a while to bounce back, but just when she was getting a bit comfortable, she passed away. More things have happened to me that I don't feel comfortable saying on here. Could possibly be triggering to others too. But I'll just say it's the worst a child could go through. Owl experience after death. Last week, my beloved dog passed away. Our bond has always been extremely strong, starting from the first time that we saw each other. I'd gotten out of the army 3 days prior, and while walking past a rescue event randomly, I saw her. A tiny skinny pug that had just been taken from a puppy mill and who looked scared of the world. We saw each other and pretty much bonded immediately. She kind of jumped up on me and wouldn't let me put her down. For the next 10 years, she didn't leave my side. Even as she grew into being a sassy dog that liked to just kind of yell at me sometimes. Eventually, she developed dementia. Before too long, we had to say goodbye. Today, I was walking out my front door, and suddenly an enormous great horned owl hooted at me, then flew across the street into a tree next to me, and for probably 30 seconds just stared at me and squawked at me. Kind of like when a crow yells for other crows. It looked at me the entire time, and it felt very clear that it was directing the sound at me. Kind of like it was yelling at me, like she used to. Then it flew down from the tree, went over my house and toward my backyard, hooted a few times, and was gone. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like it was her. Is there any kind of lore that explains this? I've had a few other signs from her in the past couple of days as well, but I've never seen an owl do this before. Bright light shining onto my bedroom door at 3 a.m. I really want answers. This strange experience I had was in 2022 around September. I'm annoyed I didn't type this out. It was fresh in my mind as now. It's almost a year later and my story will become more unreliable and fade as time goes on. So I spent the day at my grandparents' house and got home pretty late. I headed to my room to chill for the night, and I'd binge-watched some films for a while. Around 3 a.m. I see my door frame light up. The light is so powerful my whole door frame is shining. I'm frozen on my bed, staring at my door, freaking out. I can freak myself out pretty easily, but I try to be logical in this situation. Something to take note of. I'm the youngest. I live in a full house. So with my parents and my older brother, my room is directly opposite the stairs. So when you've taken the last step up the stairs, you'd be in front of my room. So me trying to stay calm and logical, thought it was my dad outside shining a torch. Bit of backstory. During this time, my dad had bought a new torch and loved to shine it at me and play harmless tricks on me with it. So I thought it had to be him. But it did dawn on me that my dad wouldn't take it this far to be outside my room at 3 a.m. to scare me. I also want to add it's extremely easy to hear people walking around as my house has a lot of creaks and sounds. So I can easily tell who's walking. I know the sound of each family member's footsteps, if that makes sense. So I'm still staring at the door, barely trying to breathe, to see if I can hear someone behind it. My heart was beating so fast I couldn't for the life of me build up the courage to open the door. So I put my headphones on, distracted myself with music. After a few minutes, it was gone. The next day I walked into my mom's room, told her about this strange light outside my room and asked if it was Dad, as it really freaked me out. She seemed concerned, as she knew it wasn't my dad, and she could see I was generally upset about it. Now this is where it gets really weird. Jumping around 2 days later, I was talking to my mom and she was telling me a funny story about my brother, saying that he thought he saw an alien and was going to get abducted a few nights ago. I know. It sounds ridiculous, right? We all laughed it off. Before I get more into the story, this is the layout of the upstairs of my house. So you head up the stairs, my room is directly opposite. Turn your body right, and you'll have the hallway. A few steps forwards on your left, a spare room. Keep walking down the hallway. The bathroom's on the left, my brother's room is opposite on the right. At the end of the hallway is my parents' room. So my brother explained that he went to go to the bathroom late at night, which is opposite his room. When he came out of the bathroom heading back, he looked down the hallway and saw a bright light outside my room. He explained that the light was so blinding and powerful that he couldn't even see the door to my room itself. It was like he was looking into a bright void. Now at this point, I hadn't told him my story yet, so hearing him talk about it was crazy. The fact that he was there at the time to witness it. He did say that he was very tired, so he can't be counted as having a reliable, memory of this story. But I hadn't been sleeping either, so we both saw it. To end the story, not so much happened after that. He went back to bed as he wasn't processing what was happening as he was so sleepy, so he headed back to bed. But he did think to himself, "What the fuck, did I just see an alien?" He said he got an anxious feeling about it, but in the end, he didn't recheck it. After me and my brother shared our point of views, we freaked out and came up with every possible solution we could think of. Even my mom got involved. We were even recreating the night. My dad, he's more of a realist. He'll come up with anything that's not pointing towards the supernatural. His best solution was either 1, someone from outside the house was shining a torchlight, but we weren't letting him have that as a solution because with the angle of the window and our blinds, there's absolutely no way the source came from outside. Even if we did a test, just to try to prove our point, we made him go outside when it was late, shine a torch through the window. It had 0 effect. But also, the strength of this light source was truly insane. Couldn't have been a normal torch. He also used the excuse of a helicopter or something high up shining through. But even so, it wouldn't have gotten past the blinds, so again, there's no way it was from the outside. His second best solution was a burglar, which got me and my mom worried, but again, what's the logic behind that? So someone broke in, took nothing, went upstairs, shined the brightest and most powerful torch on my door for 5 minutes and left? Also, we have dogs, so they would have at least barked. Creature in the woods. So this happened about 4 years ago. I used to live in a very rural part of North Carolina, in the Triad/foothills area. I was about 17 at this time. My house was in the woods about a football field's length away from the road, which wasn't a major road, just a back road. We did have quote-unquote neighbors on one side. They were pretty close, separated by maybe 10 yards and some trees. But the other side, there's a few acres between us and the nearest house. Behind her house was acres and acres of fields and woods. There was also a pond down there. Important later. Now to the encounter. So we had a dog at the time, and he had a lot that we'd put him in at night to sleep in. It was nestled in the very edge of the woods, about 100 feet from our house. It was about 7 to 9 at night, and it was winter. Probably January to February. Don't remember exactly, but I do know the holidays were over. I was taking our dog out to the lot. I had his metal food bowl in one hand and a phone in the other. Got about halfway to his lot and felt weird. I did freak myself out taking him out sometimes, so this wasn't particularly extraordinary. So I shined my flashlight on the edge of the woods near his lot where it sloped down a little and was further into the woods. When I did this, I saw 2 glowing white eyes looking back at me. They were about 3 foot, 3.5 feet off the ground. My mind deduced that it couldn't be a squirrel or a small animal, so I immediately yelled for our dog, dropped his food bowl, which made an extremely loud racket, metal on concrete, and ran in. I came in freaked out, saying I saw something in the woods. I was not going back out. My mom said I was dramatic, that it was a deer, and said that she'd go with me. I felt very confident after the racket I'd made. Whatever it was, probably would have left, and so I went with her to take him back out. We walked out and I shined my light where the eyes were. The eyes were still there, just as bright, and stared right at us. My mom got freaked out and we ran inside again. She came in and told my stepdad, told him that I was right, and was freaking out, saying there was a man sitting down there in the woods. My stepdad then went out there with a real flashlight and a gun, and we followed. He shined it back in the spot there where the eyes were, and he yelled, "Hey!" real loud. This is when I get the best look at it. The eyes were 100% about 3'3", half feet off the ground. It stared right at us and then walked sideways, not breaking eye contact, very fluidly, then went off into the woods. We never heard a sound, no leaves breaking, no twigs snapping, nothing. Never saw anything like it since, and every time I took my dog out, I never saw anything like that again, despite checking every time. Some follow-up stuff to this is, well, before anybody asks, I don't know how my dog was acting at the time. I was too scared to pay attention to it. I do know he would sometimes eat possums and skunks that'd fall in his lot, would bark at other stuff like deer and foxes. The whole encounter, he was silent and ran inside of us and stayed close with us. The land behind the house, I'm almost certain, is native land. Way behind the house up on a hill overlooking the pond are stones in the ground, about 2 to 3 with markings on them. With certainty, I can say the inscriptions are old and are definitely a form of writing. They're very weathered, not fresh at all, and are precisely drawn lines with parallels and equal spacing between the markings. We've also found arrowheads in the area. We jokingly called it the Indian burial ground. But from my research, natives in North Carolina rarely practice burial like this with headstones. So I'm not sure what it is, but I'm pretty certain it is native, not older. The pond. I always got weird vibes down by the pond fishing, always. It was a natural pond or spring. My stepdad turned it into a larger pond when he had cows and stocked it with more fish. There's a large slope you have to walk down, surrounded by baby pine trees on each side. There's a small circle area right before you go down the hill to the pond. And in this clearing, we used to find a lot of bones. I mean a lot. There'd be 3 to 4 piles of fish and snake and bones neatly in a pile, normally all missing the head part. This pond is not close to where I had this encounter. It's closer to the other side of the property, but still technically on our property. Crowhead. Back in this area, where I get the weird vibes, my stepdad has old fence posts separating his land and the neighbors. It's an overgrown field and pasture on one side, and straight woods on the other side. The neighbors did come back here sometimes, but normally just to ride ATVs. But anyways, one day in the summer I went back there with friends, and in the very back line of the property were crows' heads stuck on the fence post. Super freaky, and we dipped out. Now I've seen this before at my grandpa's house. That times when I saw it, it was a fence post around his garden, and he told me that you do that if crows eat your garden, and they'll stay away. However, when I saw it at her house, there was never a garden anywhere near that fence post, or close to that area at all. Haunting at the barn. Yesterday night, my boyfriend and our friends were playing hide and seek on one of their properties, a big western horse property in western Oregon. We agreed on having no lights on in the barn, in the arena as we call it, so we couldn't see shit. Anyways, me and my boyfriend were searching. I was in the barn and he was waiting outside where he could see the entrances. While I was in there, I heard footsteps and whispering, clear as day. So of course, I thought they were in there and coming my way. Hid to get them. They walked past me. When nobody came for several minutes, I got out of the barn, paired up with my boyfriend again, and continued searching. We went back to the barn after a while, and we were hiding up in an alley. We heard the barn door to the training barn wing open. Footsteps coming toward us. My boyfriend said he heard one of our friends, let's call her Faith, whisper to another friend's, let's call her Andy, whispering their name. Not much later, I heard Andy clearly whisper Faith and footsteps coming from the alley up to the round pen, so I told my boyfriend to block the other alley leading up to it while I snuck there to finally get him. Nope. We had a few other whispering encounters in the barn during our little game, and when we called them on the phone outside the barn to finally give up, they came to meet us, saying they weren't in the barn till the last 5 minutes of the game. We told them about our encounters and hope. The rancher's daughter told us that their clients have heard similar things. This morning, her mom asked how it went, so we told her. We got to know a lot more about this barn while talking to her about it. Before they bought the property, there was only a couple and their few horses. The other stalls and stuff weren't used at all, and that guy died while working on something in the arena. People trained their horses would report something in the corner of the arena that would spook even the most broke horse. I didn't know poor horses were fearless. The ranger's wife got sick of his happening since it would even spook her daughter's horse. One day she got really pissed, so she took a whip, went to that corner, whipped the air and walls, and told whatever was in there to get the fuck out. When she put the whip over her shoulder, something tugged on it twice, and you bet she noped out of there. They had reporting sightings of orbs and whispering footsteps, cold spots, shadow figures peeking around corners and standing just in the corner of your eye, and energies in the cow pens. Until next time, see ya.